Chapter 2004. We have to do everything we can to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Water Spirit Hall's sect leader Tianhai Mingwei gritted her teeth as she spoke to the King of White Horse. That's right. With that brat's personality and his strength, he'll definitely take revenge on us. How could he just stand by and do nothing after what we did to him? The King of White Horse gritted his teeth as well. Since they were planning to seek revenge on Ling Xiao, they'd naturally done their research and knew what kind of person Ling Xiao was. The best outcome would be for Ling Xiao to die at Feng Fei's hands or Tianhai tyrannies. If not, then we can only join hands with the Celestial Devil sect and the four great clans. They have a deep grudge against Ling Xiao as well. Tianhai Mingwei understood that she was no longer a threat to Ling Xiao with her current strength. Although she was an expert of the older generation, she was no match for Feng Fei. But Ling Xiao was able to fight him to a standstill. This was the difference between them. An extremely large gap. Alright, we'll risk it all. If he doesn't die, then we'll die. Despite his regret, the King of White Horse knew it was useless. Ling Xiao wouldn't let him off. Even if he didn't destroy White Horse, he'd kill him. If he didn't want to die, then he had to do everything he could to kill Ling Xiao. On the stage, Feng Fei's gaze was stiff as well. Ling Xiao had risen from the 17th level to the 18th level of Yin-Yang realm, a fact that truly shocked her. But soon enough, her gaze recovered its calm, holy, proud, and dignified expression. You've really made me look at you with new eyes. I'll take back my words from before. You're really strong. You have the right to fight for first place at the White Tiger meet. Unfortunately, you met me, so there's no chance for you to advance any further. You're still saying that? You're really a stubborn duck, Ling Xiao replied. This time, you better use your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Feng Fei didn't say anything. In the sky, the Gate of Laws flashed again and again. The last 3 inscriptions were released at the same time. Heavenly Tao, Gate of Laws, Sword of Heavenly Punishment. Once Feng Fei released all 7 runes, the original celestial deity, attack, trap, and 5 elements formations all vanished. Instead, a majestic giant sword emerged from the Gate of Laws. In that instant, the terrifying power of the heavenly law began to boil. It began to go crazy, as if the entire world was beginning to tremble. The terrifying heavenly punishment sword will continue to press down on Ling Xiao, attempting to stop him from doing anything. Ling Xiao faced the sky and held the Blood Sun sword. A massive blood sun floated above his head, and his expression was cold. The frenzied red sword intent spilled out crazily, tearing apart the pressure of the heavenly punishment sword intent. Even the heavenly punishment could not make him afraid. Even the laws could not restrain his movements. He, Ling Xiao, wanted to defy the heavens. In the heavens and on earth, only I am supreme. Everyone stared at the stage without blinking. Everyone had an intuition that the two of them had already released their full strength. This strike could very well decide the outcome of the battle. Crack! Crack, crack! Cracks began to appear on the stage's protective barrier. Both of their sword intents were too powerful. Their sword chi crisscrossed with terrifying sharpness, causing the previously safe barrier to grow uneasy. Strengthen the barrier! Taoist One Eyebrows ordered. The martial artists in charge of maintaining the barrier flew into the air and sat down cross-legged on the 4 sides of the stage to begin their work. Even so, more and more cracks appeared on the barrier. The 4 powerful 18th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists were gradually unable to hold on. Switch out, Life Caesars! Taoist One Eyebrows ordered again. Once the Life Caesars were switched out, the barrier gradually calmed down. Still, the turbulent flow of sword chi caused everyone's hearts to tremble in fear. Boom! The heavenly punishment sword finally emerged from the Gate of Laws, causing the entire world to tremble. The terrifying heavenly punishment sword will surge towards Ling Xiao, wanting to completely pin him down on the spot, not giving him any chance to escape. This heavenly punishment sword really is powerful. It feels like the real thing. It makes people tremble. Everyone was incomparably shocked. It really was too frightening. He wondered how Ling Xiao was going to face this terrifying heavenly punishment sword. In any case, the spectators far away from the stage could feel the terrifying gaze of the heavens. It was as if the heavens wanted to punish them and kill them. Every single cell in their bodies trembled violently. I'm going to die. Fuck! This Feng Fei. I don't want to fight him for the rest of my life. He's simply crazy. Cries of alarm rose from the mouths of the martial artists. They used their shouts to relieve the pressure on their bodies. But Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, seemed ready to tear the heavens apart. The blood sun sword in his hand grew even more resplendent. Terrifying sword intent soared into the clouds. No matter how much heavenly punishment sword intent came at him, it was all blocked outside. It's about to end. I wonder who'll win. Even an idiot could tell that both combatants were gathering all of their strength for this attack. They were going to decide the victor in one blow. Neither of them could afford to waste time like this, nor were they willing to. The heavenly punishment sword was still gathering heavenly Tao energy and growing stronger. Feng Fei seemed to have steeled his heart to defeat Ling Xiao in a single blow and prove his own skills. It looks like the sky is about to fall down. The crowd was alarmed to see that the entire sky above them had turned into a terrifying sword intent that kept descending. What's that? Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Ling Xiao. Currently, Ling Xiao seemed to have vanished from the stage. The only thing left on the stage was a giant blood sun that kept releasing terrifying sword intent. The crowd rubbed their eyes, but they still couldn't see Ling Xiao. Right now, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a blood sun. How was this possible? But it didn't matter whether it was possible or not. That was the situation on the stage. Between heaven and earth, only the blood sun was shining brighter and brighter. Kill! Kill! Both combatants let out earth-shaking roars at the same time. The heavenly punishment sword suddenly fell, and its terrifying blade almost enveloped the entire arena. At the same time, the blood sun began to spin faster. Finally, it disappeared, leaving behind only a single sword. A long sword that shone with blood-red light. The sword whistled through the air and soared into the clouds as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens. Most of the spectators found it difficult to even breathe. The two sword intents mixed together and broke through the barrier to rush into the crowd. Countless martial artists weren't injured, but they couldn't help but cry out in pain. It didn't feel good to be injured by sword intent. Rumble! Chapter 2005. Ling Xiao and Feng Fei's exchange lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the resplendent light finally faded from the arena, Ling Xiao and Feng Fei's figures reappeared. They stood on opposite sides of the arena, their faces expressionless as they stared fixedly at each other. What's going on? Just who won? That's right, who won? If this was before, they might have called out Feng Fei's name directly. But after the terrifying scene just then, they weren't so confident anymore. They felt that Ling Xiao's strength wouldn't lose to Feng Fei's. It was really hard to say who would win and who would lose in this battle. The morning sun had completely risen and shone on everyone's faces, reflecting their frightened and confused faces. All of Thunderclap City had fallen into a deathly stillness. Even the sound of a leaf falling to the ground could be heard clearly. Boom! Suddenly, a sound broke the dead silence. Everyone looked at the side of the ring in astonishment. Feng Fei was sprawled on the ground, face up. Beneath him was a pool of dark red. Everyone's heart trembled violently at this moment. Feng Fei had actually fallen. She didn't even have the strength to stand. On the other side, Ling Xiao's right arm was dripping with blood as well. He'd been injured as well, but his wounds were much lighter than Feng Fei's. The blood sun sword in his hand had long vanished. This meant that the battle was over, and he didn't need that sword anymore. Feng Fei, remember this. Ants don't just steal to live. Sometimes, they can even pierce through the heavens. Ling Xiao's cold voice rose from his lips. You represent heaven's will, but I represent the ants' counterattack. When he said this, almost everyone understood what was going on. Ling Xiao had actually won this battle. Ling Xiao had actually defeated Feng Fei. He'd actually won against Feng Fei's celestial punishment sword formed from 7 runes. This victory was fair and square. No one could find any reason to slander him. Feng Fei's body was enshrouded in holy white light as his wounds healed. I have indeed lost. An ant stealing the heavens. You have indeed made me understand a principle. The immobilized Feng Fei could only admit defeat. Otherwise, she believed that Ling Xiao would not hesitate to kill her. He actually lost. Moreover, he admitted defeat. Feng Fei, such a proud woman, had actually admitted defeat. Everyone looked at the young man's indomitable figure in the arena, and their hearts trembled. This person had actually reached this step. From a nobody to one of the top 3 in the challenger rankings, and now to defeating Feng Fei. Every time, it brought too many surprises and too many surprises to the people. Before this, all of them had assumed that Ling Xiao was no match for Feng Fei and Tianhai tyranny. At most, he'd get 3rd place. But now, after Ling Xiao defeated Feng Fei by a huge margin, he even had the chance to compete with Tianhai tyranny for 1st place in the White Tiger gathering. Now, no one doubted his strength. Nor did anyone dare to guarantee that he was inferior to Tianhai tyranny. This dark horse did not stop him from rushing forward. He had gotten 2nd place, but he still wanted to get 1st place. Everyone suddenly recalled Ling Xiao's outstanding performance in the first 2 matches and assumed that Ling Xiao was just lucky. But after this battle, who dared to say that it was luck anymore? Ling Xiao's battle against Feng Fei not only showed his strength, but also his fighting prowess. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was much better at handling details than Feng Fei. His precise moves and perfect timing were all part of the art of battle. The White Tiger Continent's spectators didn't know what to feel, but those watching the live broadcast were very excited. To them, the 2 final matches that had no suspense at all had suddenly turned into suspense. They assumed that Feng Fei would win, but Ling Xiao won in the end. This was truly an incomparably pleasant surprise and incomparably exciting. A dark horse galloping. An ant defying the heavens. A young man who came from the weakest continent to the White Tiger continent had relied on his frightening innate talent, comprehension, and fearless spirit to reach this point. He shone with resplendent light. Just one more step. As long as he defeated Tianhai tyranny, a true legend would be born. History would forever remember this young man's existence. Although 2nd place wasn't bad, it would be forgotten in the end. People would only remember the champion standing on the stage, not the 2nd or 3rd place. As long as Ling Xiao defeated Tianhai tyranny, his story would be sung by countless cultivators of the Celestial Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and White Tiger continents. Perhaps a few years later, when Ling Xiao reached the peak of the profound world, these cultivators would be able to point at him and say, "Look, that's the legend who walked out of the White Tiger summit. We've all seen his rise. Celestial Empire, Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao." Many cultivators had treated him as a joke. A mere 17-year-old child dared to call himself the Celestial Emperor? But now, who dared to laugh at him? No matter who it was, even those rebirth realm experts, when they were 17 years old, they couldn't compare to Ling Xiao by much. This youth wasn't very tall, and his body wasn't very strong, but his figure was like a mountain, deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the spectators. Everyone had the desire to defy the heavens and change their fate. They all had the idea of an ant rising against them. Thus, they were very excited at the appearance of an ant like Ling Xiao. They felt that Ling Xiao was their role model. Even if he couldn't do it as brilliantly or as powerfully, as long as he could display even a tenth of Ling Xiao's strength, that would be enough. Boom! Near the stage, in the spectator seats, a powerful battle intent suddenly ignited. Everyone's gaze turned towards the owner of this battle intent. It was Tianhai tyranny. Tianhai tyranny's originally calm gaze seemed to be unable to remain calm. From the start, he hadn't thought much of Ling Xiao. He kept saying that killing Ling Xiao would be as easy as killing a mouse. In his eyes, only Feng Fei was worthy of being his opponent. He thought that defeating Feng Fei meant that the White Tiger Meets Championship was in the bag. But Ling Xiao's victory had changed everything. His battle with Feng Fei wasn't the final battle. Next, he had to defeat Ling Xiao to truly become the champion of the White Tiger meet. It felt a little absurd. Ling Xiao would actually become a stumbling block for him to win the championship. This weak little martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent actually became his mortal enemy. He suddenly recalled the information on Ling Xiao that Phoenix Cry Qishan had given him. Chapter 2006. He didn't even look at the information on Ling Xiao that Feng Ming had given to Tianhai Tyranny. Instead, he tossed it into the fire and burned it. Because he felt that he didn't need to care about a mere martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent. He only needed to keep an eye on Feng Fei. But now, he felt like he'd underestimated this person. Jiutian Dream was also looking at Ling Xiao in shock. He couldn't help but secretly admire his old palace head's sharp eyes. He'd randomly picked a successor with such terrifying talent. Even if Ling Xiao couldn't win the championship, he could still count as a victory as long as he stood on the stage of the final battle. Xian Ming, Taoist One Eyebrows, the Tiger King, and the Green Hill Queen all had ugly expressions. This stage was supposed to be a battle between the five great powers. But in the end, this guy who was supposed to be cannon fodder stood on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, everyone, don't worry. My son will definitely kill him, not only for his woman, but for the dignity of our White Tiger continent. Tianhai's sovereign king laughed out loud. He was in a good mood. He never thought that the dignity of the White Tiger continent would depend on his son to protect it. His son, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, had actually become the hero that everyone in the White Tiger continent had placed their hopes on. If it had been a battle between his son and Feng Fei, it wouldn't have been so intense. This final battle concerned the dignity of an entire continent. If he'd said that at the start, he'd have been laughed at. Ling Xiao, you have 2 hours to rest. Next, you'll start the final battle with Tianhai Tyranny. Is that all right? Lawless was stunned as well. He never thought that the final battle would be between two people like this. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. 2 hours was the minimum. If Ling Xiao hadn't fully recovered, they'd have to keep delaying. Thus, when the final battle would start would depend on when Ling Xiao could recover. I don't need that long. Give me 5 minutes, Ling Xiao said mildly. He said it casually, but the bystanders gaped at his words. Only 5 minutes? Could he really recover? Idiot, don't give up the precious opportunity to rest for a bit of vanity. 2 hours is a must for you. Jiu Tianming was also a little angry. She assumed that Ling Xiao had said he'd only rest for 5 minutes because of his vanity. He'd become arrogant after beating Feng Fei. She did not like this kind of person. A martial artist should not be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. That was right. Yeah, kid, you should rest a bit more. Otherwise, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage against Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, Hong Qi also advised. He also felt that Ling Xiao was a little childish. After all, Tianhai's tyrannical ambition was stronger than Feng Fei and wanted to kill him. If he didn't rest well, he might not only lose a match, but he might even lose his precious life. 9 Heavens Palace Head, Grandfather, there's no need for you to coax me any further. Just then, I defeated Feng Fei. Aside from some flesh wounds, I didn't use up much energy. All of you should also understand that the first drumbeat is a success, the second is a failure, and the third is exhaustion. Right now, my fighting spirit is high and my morale is high. I definitely can't rest for too long. Ling Xiao's words were reasonable, but in the ears of others, they felt that something was off. What was going on? Just then, the two of them had clearly been evenly matched, but he'd only suffered some flesh wounds? Didn't use up much energy? Was that even possible? Feng Fei was in the middle of treating her wounds when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She spat out a mouthful of blood. If Ling Xiao was just boasting, then so be it. But if he was telling the truth, then where was Feng Fei's face? What was she in front of Ling Xiao? He called her an ant, but didn't that mean she couldn't even touch an ant's leg? Heavenly Ocean tyrannical ambition, kill him and I'll agree to your request. Foam Face stiffened her neck as she spoke to Heavenly Ocean Tyrannical Ambition. Are you serious? Heavenly Ocean Tyrannical Ambition was overjoyed. His ideal crown prince consort was none other than Foam Fei. Unfortunately, Foam Fei was too proud for his own good. But today, Foam Fei was willing to use herself as a stake in a bet for Ling Xiao's death. If you don't believe me, I can swear in front of the world that as long as you can defeat Ling Xiao, even if you can't kill him, I'm willing to marry you and become your new crown prince consort. Foam Fei wiped the blood from her lips as she spoke loudly. Whoosh! Foam Fei's words caused a stir among the crowd. She was actually using herself as a prize to provoke Heavenly Ocean Tyrannical Ambition. Wouldn't Heavenly Ocean Tyrannical Ambition fight to the death? All right, it's a promise. Don't worry, beloved consort. I'll definitely make this brat kneel and admit his wrongs in front of you. Heavenly Ocean Tyrannical Ambition slowly rose to their feet and waited for the time to end. 5 minutes wasn't exactly short, but it certainly wasn't long. Soon enough, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and stepped onto the stage. He glanced at Foam Fei and said, You're really going all out, but it's a pity that he's no match for me. Heavenly Ocean Tyrannical Ambition stepped onto the stage as well, but he wasn't in a rush to make a move. Both of them were peak experts, so Heavenly Ocean Tyrannical Ambition naturally understood that killing Ling Xiao wouldn't be easy. Thus, they had to be cautious. Ling Xiao, how about a life and death match today? Heavenly Ocean Tyrannical Ambition looked at Ling Xiao and asked coldly. Sure. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. He still had that indifferent expression on his face, making it impossible for others to tell what he was thinking, and even more impossible to see through his depth. Hold it! Taoist One Eyebrows suddenly said. You two are peak geniuses of the white tiger meat. No matter who dies, it'll be a loss to the 3 continents. A life and death match is absolutely forbidden, unless it's an accident. That's right. It's a pity for either of you to die. Xian Ming nodded as well. Geniuses were the favorites of all the major powers. Although many of them had grudges against Ling Xiao, if they could get Ling Xiao to join their ranks, then their power would rise again. It would be a pity for either of them to die. The rules won't change. Whoever concedes or falls off the stage will lose. Of course, if they don't, it won't be against the rules even if they die. In the end, the organizing committee decided to keep the rules unchanged. Although they didn't want either of them to die, they couldn't restrict their performance. The original rules were the best. You're very lucky. The rules won't change, so you'll have the chance to concede. Heavenly Ocean Tyrannical Ambition looked mockingly at Ling Xiao. After all, at their level, it was almost impossible to give the other side no chance to concede. They'll say what they want, and we'll do what we want. As long as either of us concedes, won't it be over? Ling Xiao said mildly. All right, it's a deal. Heavenly Ocean Tyrannical Ambition said clearly. Chapter 2007. Tyranny. Heavenly Ocean released a powerful aura, intending to give Ling Xiao a taste of his own medicine. At the same time, his body flashed with terrifying killing intent towards Ling Xiao. Demon King Tyrant Fist, die for me! His 2 fists smashed out like heavy hammers, the enormous fists almost covering the entire stage. Terrifying demonic energy spilled out, turning the stage into a demonic domain. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, his body releasing demonic energy at the same time, and a faint image of an immemorial heavenly demon appeared behind him. Similarly domineering, similarly fierce. Whether it was in terms of momentum or power, he didn't lose to Tyranny. Heavenly Ocean. Heavenly Demon Fist! Kill! The 2 fists were also filled with an evil and domineering aura. At this moment, the stage was enveloped in darkness. Everyone felt as if a demon had invaded their hearts, and they felt incomparably terrified. Boom! Fierce fists bloomed. The 2's first probing punch ended in a draw. Stop playing around, Tyranny. Heavenly Ocean. You know that this level of attack is useless against me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Okay, since you like it, let's get to the point. Tyranny. Heavenly Ocean retreated, and in the air, his body began to transform. Demon King body. At the same time, Ling Xiao's body also transformed. Heavenly Demon Incarnation. The two Demon King-like fellows stood in the void above the arena, releasing devilish chi continuously. Fuck, it feels like I'm in the demon realm. It's so cold. Many of the spectators couldn't help but shiver. Who would have thought that this final battle would be a battle between demons? It really was unexpected. Kill! The two roared at the same time. Then, the two mountain-like demons moved on the stage, their terrifying fists smashing towards each other. Rumble! With just one punch, a hole appeared in the stage's protective barrier, and a large amount of black energy rushed out. A first-level life-sizer actually coughed up blood. The battle between these two madmen was too terrifying. I'll make up for it! Tyrant Heavenly Ocean flew out. He wanted to protect this battlefield so that his son could win, and not give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. Once the stage was broken, Ling Xiao would have an excuse, and he didn't want that. With the addition of a rebirth realm martial artist, the protective barrier instantly became much stronger. After all, his strength was there. Dark Demon Sword, kill! Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a huge dark sword appeared. Although he had used it to fight against Phoenix Shadow, he didn't use of the dark demon sword, because he didn't feel that it was necessary. But against Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, Tyranny Heavenly Demon, the black sword light pierced through the air, charging towards Heavenly Sea Tyranny with unstoppable momentum. Demonic Sword, Heavenly Demon, Heavenly Ocean of Heavenly Ocean S of Heavenly. His strengths of his strength Heavenly Ocean have Heavenly his S. Thus, he had to use this demonic Heavenly Demon Sword. Similarly, the terrifying sword light blocked Ling Xiao's sword chi, preventing it from advancing. In the air, the two black sword lights were in a stalemate, facing each other. Can you block it? Heavenly Demon World Destruction Art, Body Destruction. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's dark demon sword increased in power, tearing apart the demonic Heavenly Demon Sword's sword chi and continuing to advance. It was as if it wanted to tear apart everything in this world. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean felt his sword chi being destroyed, and his face couldn't help but tremble. Ling Xiao's swordsmanship was too strong. This was a true blade master different from him. His demonic Heavenly Demon Sword was just a technique. But should he admit defeat? Of course not. Behind him, a raging sea appeared. The demonic Heavenly Demon Sword's power also increased in an instant, once again regaining the advantage. Demonic Heavenly Demon Sword, power of the raging sea. With a shout, the terrifying raging sea martial soul exploded with astonishing power. The giant Demon King's body wielded the demonic Heavenly Demon Sword to kill Ling Xiao. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body seemed to be filled with a black sea of demonic Heavenly Demon Sword that wanted to drown him. He couldn't breathe, wanted to die in this sea of demonic Heavenly Demon Sword. This sea of demonic Heavenly Demon Sword blotted out the sky and covered the earth, completely isolating Ling Xiao from the surrounding elements. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with cold splendor. The celestial demon incarnation's face didn't change in the slightest. The dark demon sword waved again. Heavenly Demon World Destruction Art, Heart Destruction. Heavenly Demon World Destruction Art, Soul Destruction. 2 consecutive sword strikes, Heart Destruction and Soul Destruction. The terrifying black sword light stirred up the entire demonic Heavenly Demon Sword, causing the spectators to tremble in fear. But the demonic Heavenly Ocean of Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's demonic Heavenly Demon Sword combined with the raging sea martial soul's attack was clearly stronger than the one he used to defeat Feng Fei. Ling Xiao was as cold as ever, his strange eyes flashing with a cold light. Heavenly Demon World Destruction Art, Soul Destruction. An even more tyrannical sword chi tore through the demonic Heavenly Ocean of Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's demonic Heavenly Demon Sword with unstoppable momentum. The sword light flashed and disappeared. A few terrifying explosions rang out in the air. Then, the 2 demonic Heavenly Demon Swords simultaneously took a step back, causing all of Thunderclap City to shake. The only difference was that there was a black sword mark on Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's demonic heavenly demon sword that burned with terrifying sword intent. It was clear that he had been injured. This attack seemed evenly matched, but in reality, Ling Xiao had a slight advantage. Of course, this advantage didn't change anything. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny had the water bear martial soul. Let alone such a light wound, even if it was more serious, it would probably heal in an instant. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's demonic eye stared coldly at Ling Xiao, filled with incomparable anger and shock. But it didn't diminish his arrogance. It looks like it wasn't a coincidence that you defeated Feng Fei. You're at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and you've mastered the 3rd level of sword intent. With this kind of strength, even first-level life seizers won't be your match. You flatter me! Ling Xiao's voice was as indifferent as ever, as if the string of attacks from before hadn't even existed. Do you really think you're so strong just because I praised you a bit? I forgot to tell you, but I obtained a legacy from the Blood Purgatory battles. After familiarizing myself with the trial grounds, I've already mastered it. With this legacy, you won't stand a chance. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's cold voice rang out. Then, a strange Buddha image appeared behind him. At the same time, his body began to change, becoming black and gold. Even his face split into two. One was a malevolent demon face, the other a dignified Buddha face. The Buddha image behind him became even more real. 12 golden Sanskrit characters floated in the air. They weren't illusory, but solid. Chapter 2008. It was as if a terrifying power from ancient times was being released endlessly, making everyone tremble in fear. Black Wind Canyon has produced 3 inheritances stronger than the 6 great inheritances. Now one of them has finally been revealed, Heavenly Sea Tyranny's double-faced Buddha inheritance. Lawless looked at Heavenly Sea Tyranny in astonishment. The 3 top inheritances had never been revealed, so he assumed that the contestants didn't dare to use them because they weren't familiar with them yet. But now it looked like Heavenly Sea Tyranny had completely obtained the double-faced Buddha's inheritance. Otherwise, their aura wouldn't have become so strong. Rumors said that the double-faced Buddha was a human powerhouse who had been corrupted by celestial demons. When he was still a human, he was already second only to the 12 human immortals. Later, he was corrupted by celestial demons, but not only did he not die, he didn't turn into a demon either. Instead, he combined the 2 powers to become an even more terrifying existence. This was the double-faced Buddha, half demon. Even the 12 Sanskrit characters in the sky were half pure gold, half black gold. Could Ling Xiao really deal with this terrifying double-faced Buddha inheritance? After all, when Heavenly Sea Tyranny defeated Feng Fei, he hadn't fully comprehended the double-faced Buddha inheritance. It was only at the small success stage, so it wasn't very useful. But after his battle with Feng Fei, Heavenly Sea Tyranny's double-faced Buddha inheritance had advanced to proficiency. Incomparably powerful. Even more powerful than his Devil Sky Sword. Now that Ling Xiao could force Heavenly Sea Tyranny to this point, it was clear that Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than Feng Fei's. Seeing Heavenly Sea Tyranny's double-faced Buddha body, Ling Xiao creased his brows. But it was only a frown. His opponent's strength didn't make him afraid. Instead, it made him more interested in battle. In that instant, Ling Xiao put away his double-faced demon sword and opened Sky Devil Purgatory. A terrifying devilish aura was emitted from the heavenly Devil Purgatory, and a pitch-black figure was roaring within. Against Heavenly Sea Tyranny, Ling Xiao planned to use the ultimate move of Sky Devil Transformation. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao. It was this move that had forced Lei Lai into desperate straits. After all, Lei Lai might not be as strong as Feng Fei or Heavenly Sea Tyranny, but he was still one of the top 3 geniuses. He was actually rendered helpless by this move. Whether the double-faced Buddha's demonic Buddha body or Ling Xiao's heavenly Devil Purgatory was stronger would be revealed very soon. Humph, this move of yours is nothing more than a struggle. Tyranny Heavenly Seas coldly snorted, not caring at all. In the sky, 12 black and gold Sanskrit characters shot towards Ling Xiao. Each Sanskrit character represented a different kind of power. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao in the arena. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Demonic creatures stepped out of the heavenly devil purgatory and charged at the Sanskrit characters fearlessly. The sounds of collisions continued to explode in the sky. Those who were only interested in watching the show would probably only be able to see this earth-shattering battle. The monsters and the Sanskrit characters continued to collide. However, he did not notice that in Ling Xiao's sky devil purgatory, a huge black shadow was accumulating terrifying power. Tyranny Heavenly Seas probably didn't notice either. If they did, there was no way they would let Ling Xiao go. When the power accumulated to a certain degree, a smile appeared on the face of Ling Xiao's sky demon avatar. You're right. Tyranny Heavenly Seas, my sky devil purgatory is indeed struggling, fighting for time. Dark Demon's Sword, Tao Tai Apocalypse! A low and cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. The sky devil purgatory suddenly grew larger. From that pitch-black purgatory, an ancient and terrifying sound slowly came out. Something was letting out a low and shuddering roar. When this terrifying sound came out, everyone's hearts began to beat violently. A terrifying head finally stretched out from the sky devil purgatory. Its cold and suffocating eyes looked towards Tyranny Heavenly Seas. In that instant, Tyranny Heavenly Seas actually felt the threat of death. When the giant beast finally came out, it let out a roar that shocked even the Rebirth Realm martial artists. How could Ling Xiao have such terrifying swordsmanship? This sword contained the power to swallow the heavens and destroy the earth. It had the power to swallow the entire universe. Kill! Ling Xiao's voice rose again. The terrifying Tao Tai melded into the sharp sword chi and swept towards Tyranny Heavenly Seas with unstoppable might. Rumble! The 12 Sanskrit characters shattered one after another. Everyone watched this scene with fear. Ling Xiao actually had such terrifying swordsmanship. If he had used this move against Feng Fei would have died long ago. In an instant, the world became peaceful again. There was no more Sanskrit aura. There was no more demon Buddha aura. Apart from soaring heavens and tyrannical heavenly seas, everything else disappeared without a trace. Everyone could clearly see that both the Sanskrit characters and Tyranny Heavenly Seas aura had been swallowed up by the terrifying Tao Tai beast. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in horror. This person had actually exploded with such terrifying power. This Tao Tai beast came from outside the profound world and had the power to swallow planets. How could this guy have it? Just how many trump cards did he have? In their eyes, Ling Xiao had become even more mysterious and frightening. Pfft! Tyranny Heavenly Seas demon Buddha body swayed. The 12 Sanskrit characters were the essence of the demon Buddha body. They were instantly shattered and his soul suffered heavy damage. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the stage red. Tyranny Heavenly Seas, do you think you're the only one with so many trump cards? If you have one, I have one. If you don't believe me, let's compare. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice came from his mouth. Do you think I'm going to struggle to survive under your demon Buddha body? There's no need for that. Since it's such a big threat, I'll just destroy it. Tyranny Heavenly Seas stared coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with crazy anger. You really surprised me, but you don't need to bluff. I'm afraid that this sword is already your strongest attack. As for me, it was just a warm-up. Congratulations, you forced me to use my full strength. You won't have any more chances now. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. If you can win by flipping your lips, why don't we all practice our mouths? Take out your so-called trump card and let me see it. I want to know if it can really threaten me. Your 12 Sanskrit characters were probably the only attack method of the demon Buddha body. I've already broken it, but my heavenly demon incarnation is still intact. You'll know! Tyranny Heavenly Seas sneered. The demon Buddha body that had been pierced by apocalypse of Tao Tai began to recover faster. His aura was rising at an astonishing rate. Boom! Chapter 2009. A shocking aura erupted from Tianhai Tyranny's body. Once again, The audience was so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Second level life seizing. Heavens, this Tianhai tyranny is actually second level life seizing. How could Ling Xiao win? This guy's too strong. I really have to admit defeat. Feng Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought that Tianhai tyranny had used all of his strength in this battle. However, this scene made her understand. His opponent hadn't used all of his strength. Second level life seizing was probably the strongest cultivation level of any of the geniuses at the White Tiger meet. Do you see, Ling Xiao? A true genius will never reveal his trump cards too early. You've already lost the moment you thought you could beat me just because you defeated my 12 Sanskrit characters. Today, I'll show you what a true genius is. An ant that came from a corner like you should obediently be an ant, and not always think about defying the heavens. As Tianhai tyranny spoke, his devil Buddha form grew even more solid. Even without the 12 Sanskrit characters, Tianhai tyranny's aura was clearly stronger than before. In the end, cultivation was the key to a person's strength. Second level life seizing was much higher than the 18th level of Yin Yang. Devil King Fist, Great Buddha Seal. His massive body took a step forward as Tianhai tyranny punched out with both palms. One side was the Devil King Fist, the other the Great Buddha Seal. One side was a black gold fist, the other a pure gold palm. The two opposing forces merged harmoniously into one. They were clearly separate, but they had the terrifying effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Die for me! Tianhai tyranny's domineering aura was even stronger than before. His terrifying cultivation coupled with the Devil Buddha's body, his strength had obviously increased a lot compared to before. Rumble! The demons flying out of the heavenly devil purgatory were smashed to pieces as the fist and palm energy merged into one. Ling Xiao's heavenly devil incarnation was completely deformed. Ling Xiao punched back with both fists, but they were too weak to fight back. His massive body was pushed back repeatedly, leaving deep marks on the stage. Is it going to end? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Some people hoped that Ling Xiao would be killed. There were also people who hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to make a comeback. Crack! Crack! Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation couldn't withstand the terrifying fist and palm attacks at all, and its shattered shell shattered into pieces. His true body was actually exposed, and he was caught in the palm of the huge demonic claw. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean looked coldly at Ling Xiao in his palm. Disdain, contempt, arrogance, insufferably arrogant. Kill him! Feng Fei shouted. Kill him! The people of the Heavenly Demon Cult, Water God Temple, and White Horse were all shouting. Ling Xiao's body seemed to be unable to move. No matter how Tyranny Heavenly Ocean grabbed him, as long as they used even the slightest bit of force, Ling Xiao would be crushed to pieces. He once pinched someone to death like this. Karma really comes quickly. I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Some people rejoiced in his misfortune. For example, Green Hillsley Fire, Feng Fei, and Feng Ying. For example, those who had a grudge against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, what else do you have to say? Your heavenly demon incarnation is broken, and your little life is in my palm. You don't even have the chance to admit defeat, so how are you going to compete with me for first place in the White Tiger meet? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's domineering voice came from the mouth of the demon Buddha. His indomitable and imposing figure was magnificent and imposing. Who else but him could surpass him? This is what it means to be the sole sovereign of the heavens and earth. First place is set, the Tianhai Sovereign King said excitedly. Congratulations, Tianhai Sovereign King! You've raised a good son and protected the last of our White Tiger Continent's dignity. Otherwise, if we lose to this brat, our White Tiger Continent's martial artists won't be able to face anyone in the future. The Tiger King said loudly. That's right. How can the Sky Dragon Continent's martial artists let him stay in the dark? The Green Hill Queen said coldly. It's already not bad that this brat could get second place, but he was still greedy and tried to get first place. Now that he's about to lose his life, it's too late for regrets. The Sky Wolf Sect Master shook his head. Although his Sky Wolf sect didn't get any results this time, the Heavenly Wolf Prince and Silver Wolf Princess didn't die. This could be considered a fortune amidst misfortune. Hee ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter suddenly came from Ling Gao's mouth. What are you laughing at? Tyranny Tianhai furrowed his brows. At this moment, Ling Xiao should be begging for forgiveness. That way, his vanity would be satisfied to the fullest. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at you all for being a bunch of idiots. You all know that 3 of the top inheritances in Black Wind Canyon have been obtained. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean obtained 1. Then who obtained the other 2? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, oh Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, do you really think that trash like you can kill me? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's face was cold, as if he was very angry. He hoped that Ling Xiao would kneel in front of him and beg for mercy. But this guy clearly had no intention of doing so. You're just bluffing. Do you really think you have any other trump cards? You're in my palm, I can crush you to death at any time. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and say that you still have a powerful sword technique like just now, there's no way you can escape from my hands. You said that you wouldn't admit defeat, but I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. Killing you is too boring. If you're willing to follow this crown prince and become this crown prince's dog, then I'll give you a chance. I'll consider sparing your dog life. What wishful thinking. You think you have victory in your hands, but you don't know that I was just playing with you just now. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Ah. Suddenly, a mournful scream came from Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's mouth. To everyone's horror, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's Devil Buddha hand had been cut off by a sword light. Ling Xiao coldly stood in the air, his body covered in blood-red armor. The blood-red cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. In his hand was a pure white holy sword. Holy sword white blade. There were also 2 swords floating above his head. One was the sword of slaughter, and the other was the sword of destruction. These were the 3 origin swords Ling Xiao had obtained from the killing god White Blade. They were also the essence of the White Blade's inheritance. Although his body was much smaller than the previous heavenly demon incarnation, only the size of a human, the terrifying murderous aura was even more frightening than the heavenly demon incarnation. Now, do you still think I'm an ant that you can crush at any time? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. To tell the truth, Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was already strong enough for him to use the killing god White Blade's inheritance. He really was much stronger than Feng Fei. Feng Fei probably only knew how to scheme against others and wasn't as dedicated to martial arts as Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. Chapter 2010. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. The sword of slaughter and the sword of destruction tore through the air, containing a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering sword intent. They tore apart Heavenly Sea Tyranny's demonic energy, and then stabbed towards the demon Buddha. Heavenly Sea Tyranny hurriedly raised a golden palm to block. However, what came out was a miserable scream. The giant Buddha palm was also cut in half. Even though your cultivation base has reached the 2nd level of the life-seizing realm, do you still have any internal energy left? Ling Xiao looked at Heavenly Sea Tyranny mockingly. At this point in the battle, Heavenly Sea Tyranny was constantly recovering from his injuries. However, he didn't realize that his internal energy had been depleted. However, Ling Xiao was different. With the Taiji eye, he carefully judged the use of every move. Not even a sliver of internal energy would be wasted. He already had more internal energy than Heavenly Sea Tyranny. Combined with his terrifying soul strength, there was no way Heavenly Sea Tyranny could compare to him. And he was especially good at saving energy. Heavenly Sea Tyranny had unknowingly fallen into an awkward situation of running out of internal energy. You can't kill me. As long as I have the water bear martial soul, I can keep reviving. I'll exhaust you to death. Heavenly Sea Tyranny had no other choice. Even though his cultivation base was high, his internal energy was almost depleted. The only thing he could rely on was his nearly undying water bear martial soul. This was a shameless tactic, but he couldn't admit defeat to Ling Xiao. Do you really think you're undying? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword lights shot out from his white blade. These sword lights tore the demon Buddha's body into hundreds of pieces. As Heavenly Serene howled in pain, he threw a pill into his mouth. Right now, he had no choice but to rely on pills to replenish his internal energy. It was clear that even with the water-bear martial soul, he still needed internal energy. Isn't eating pills against the rules? Everyone looked towards the referee, wanting to know the answer. However, none of the referees made a sound. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Tyranny Tianhai. Those judges are blind, but your heart is blind. Eating a pill in front of me, I want to see how long you can last. 3 swords, 3 sword lights, one after another, shot towards Heavenly Sea Tyranny. In order to conserve his chi, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny removed his demon Buddha body, only keeping his original body. His body was constantly being torn apart. Although he didn't die, the pain continued. He tossed the pills into his mouth one by one. Ling Xiao continued to destroy him, but never managed to knock him out of the arena. Now, it was time to see who could last longer. No matter how abundant Ling Xiao's chi is, if this continues, he'll definitely lose. Heavenly Sea Tyranny is the crown prince of Heavenly Sea Empire. The pills he has aren't something Ling Xiao can compare to. Some of the White Tiger Empire's players began to get excited, even though Heavenly Sea Tyranny's current situation wasn't looking good. He was completely relying on pills to maintain his undying body. But if he had pills, what could you do? As long as he could exhaust Ling Xiao to death, it would be worth it. This went on for a full half an hour before Ling Xiao finally stopped attacking. Heavenly Sea Tyranny's face revealed a pleased expression. Even though he had almost run out of pills, it was finally his turn to counterattack. Ling Xiao probably didn't have any more chi to support him. Thinking of this, Heavenly Sea Tyranny swallowed the remaining pills, called out Devil Sky Sword, and slashed towards Ling Xiao. Idiot, you think you're the only one with pills? Don't forget, I'm a medicine master. Ling Xiao was indeed running out of chi, but he had more confidence than Heavenly Sea Tyranny. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, a crazy amount of energy began to spread throughout his body. His pill was even more effective than Heavenly Sea Tyranny's 100 pills. In an instant, he recovered nearly half of his chi. The originally dim holy sword white blade flashed with a resplendent white light once more. Between heaven and earth, killing intent and sword chi filled the air once more. Ling Xiao stood there like the reincarnation of the killing god White Blade. He coldly looked at Heavenly Sea Tyranny, revealing a cold smile. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed incomparable despair. In reality, from the moment Ling Xiao swallowed the pill, he knew he had no chance. He had been completely defeated. If he continued to charge, only death would await him. I admit defeat! Heavenly Sea Tyranny's eyes revealed an expression of pain and unwillingness. He anxiously shouted these 3 words. He had lost. He had lost completely. There was no chance. Ling Xiao looked at Heavenly Sea Tyranny across from him. His terrifying killing intent instantly vanished, and his 3 origin swords returned to his body. The blood-red armor and cloak on his body disappeared. You actually admitted defeat? What a coward! I don't know who agreed to a battle to the death with me. You're not even as good as Fierce Thunder, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Humph, as long as I can keep my life, I don't care. I may have lost to you today, but very soon I'll kill you. Just you wait. Perhaps because he knew that as long as he admitted defeat on the stage, the opponent couldn't attack, Heavenly Sea Tyranny's arrogance erupted once more. Ha 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 ha, you're a complete idiot. From the moment you admitted defeat, your martial path was already cut off. You still want to kill me? Maybe in your next life. Ling Xiao faced the sky and laughed. Those who were defeated by him would never have the chance to catch up to him. If he couldn't even do this, how could he, Ling Xiao, become the strongest in the profound world? Pitiful genius, you're only stronger than me in terms of pride. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Heavenly Sea Tyranny. This person cultivated Demon King Haki. Admitting defeat was the same as shattering his martial heart. Unless he cultivated something else, there would always be flaws, and he would never be able to achieve anything. Heavenly Serene gritted his teeth, but had no way to refute. He believed himself to be the strongest genius, but against Ling Xiao, he had no chance at all. Who was the real genius? Who was the strongest? The answer was obvious. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's youthful face and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This youth was only 17 years old. He hadn't even reached adulthood yet, but he'd already reached the peak of the white tiger meat. Perhaps he couldn't compare to many of the older generation's experts, but he was invincible against anyone under 30. Before the white tiger meet had even started, how many people besides Ling Xiao could have imagined that he would be able to crush everyone step by step and reach the summit of the white tiger meet? The strongest genius? They thought it would be Feng Fei, Heavenly Serene, Lei Lai, or Feng Ying. They even guessed that it would be any one of the 13 top geniuses. But they'd overlooked Ling Xiao. Countless people had even treated Ling Xiao as cannon fodder, but they'd been slapped in the face again and again. Ling Xiao had used his own strength to tell everyone that they'd been blinded. He, Ling Xiao, was the one who had the most right to reach the summit of the white tiger meet. Chapter 2011. Master, as expected, you're the strongest. Cold Plum looked quietly at Ling Xiao. Perhaps she was one of those few who firmly believed that Ling Xiao could reach the end. She had never doubted her master's strength, but now she was even more resolute. Ha ha ha, Big Brother really is too strong. It's almost impossible for me to catch up to him. For a moment, Long Chun had thought that he could surpass Ling Xiao with his innate talents as a dragon. But now, he was completely speechless. This big brother of his was really too strong. He was so strong that it was impossible to surpass him. All one could do was chase after him with all their might. Sun Lingchan and Lu Lian both had warm smiles on their faces. It really was like a dream. Lu Lian still remembered Ling Xiao's battle with the Sun Clan's martial artists at the Lu estate. Back then, Ling Xiao had already displayed his terrifying potential. But in truth, she never expected Ling Xiao to defeat Feng Fei and Tianhai's tyrannical ambition and reach this point. Sun Lingchan was the same. She still remembered the first time she met Ling Xiao. At that time, she didn't think much of Ling Xiao's cultivation. Even after Ling Xiao revealed some of his strength, she still couldn't believe that Ling Xiao had relied on so many frightening trump cards to take first place in the assembly. She even suspected that this guy might have other trump cards up his sleeve. Feng Minglian, Ji Luoyu, Mou, Zhu Xiaotsong, and the rest all shouted excitedly. After experiencing so much fear and trepidation, it was only natural for them to vent their frustrations in this moment of victory. He shouldn't have used his full strength yet. Jiutian Dream looked at Ling Xiao as she spoke to Jiutian Du. How did Palace Head know? Jiutian Du asked. My intuition told me. Jiutian Dream smiled. Originally, she'd only developed a bit of interest in Ling Xiao because of the old Palace Head. But now she loved this little guy to death. Jiutian Palace had to take this child as a disciple. Kid, you're really surprising. But old Hong, shouldn't we prepare an escape plan? The liquor demon sword glanced at Hong Qi and asked. And Nine Heavens Palace might not be reliable either. Let's just follow Ling Xiao's plan. Hong Qi was also shocked that his grandson could get first place. These people sincerely wished Ling Xiao well, but the end of the conference also meant that danger was coming. They knew very well what kind of people they had offended. After contacting each other, they quietly left the venue while the scene was still chaotic. There were those who supported Ling Xiao, and naturally, there were also those who hated Ling Xiao. The Black Tortoise Temple, the Heavenly Demon Cult, the Tianhai Empire, the Silver Fox Empire, the Water God Temple, and the White Horse Empire. It could even be said that the entire White Tiger continent had developed a strong hostility towards Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had defeated the most outstanding genius of their White Tiger continent. That was equivalent to giving them a tight slap in the face. How could they not be angry? They actually allowed this guy to get first place in the white tiger meet. It was simply unimaginable. The scene once again fell into a deathly silence. The people watching the live broadcast were also stunned. At a certain moment, Ling Xiao raised his right fist, and a victorious smile bloomed on his face. Domineering. Confident. Arrogant. At this moment, the scene finally became chaotic, and all kinds of curses were heard. However, in front of the live broadcast, there were countless people cheering and jumping for joy. Especially the entire Dragon Phoenix continent. It was almost completely crazy. On that continent that was looked down upon by almost the entire mystic world, no one dared to imagine that their young genius could get such results in the white tiger meet. They celebrated wildly, and everyone rushed out of their homes, fighting to spread the news. Ling Xiao, congratulations! Xian Ming stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. His smile was uglier than crying. This Ling Xiao actually stepped on his black tortoise temple to get first place in the white tiger meet. Moreover, it was after they had deprived him of the opportunity to participate in the trial. This made him even angrier and angrier, because they were destined to never reconcile with Ling Xiao. How could they be happy that their enemy had gotten first place? No, I should be thanking your Black Tortoise Temple for giving me such a good opportunity to display my strength in front of so many people. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a trace of coldness and mockery. The matter between him and the Black Tortoise Temple wasn't over yet. After the white tiger meet ended, they would definitely become enemies. He was very clear about this. The corner of Xianming's mouth twitched, but he still held it in. Now wasn't the time to kill Ling Xiao. In any case, the Black Tortoise Temple had already sealed off all the exits of the myriad lightning desolate grounds. Ling Xiao couldn't escape even if he had wings. Lawless announced the results. He glanced at Lawless and sat back down. Although his heart was filled with fury, he still managed to restrain himself. Lawless sighed in his heart. Ling Xiao had actually gotten first place. This was really unexpected. Alright, the white tiger meet is over. Before the award ceremony, according to tradition, the top 10 martialists should prepare to receive a banquet at the Black Tortoise Temple. The Black Tortoise Temple had long regarded the white tiger meet as a way to select outstanding disciples. Every year, they would invite the top 10 martialists to a banquet, including those who had already agreed to join the Black Tortoise Temple. They would also invite those who hadn't agreed to a banquet because they were fully confident that they could use both hard and soft tactics to make these people submit in the end. Then, they would become disciples of the Black Tortoise Temple. However, Lawless's announcement still stunned many of the spectators. They were still reminiscing about the earth-shattering battle from before. How could it end so quickly? It's really a pity that he got first place. Then, Ling Xiao will probably get the highest reward from the Black Tortoise Temple, right? Some of them were jealous, while others envied him. As of now, Ling Xiao could already defeat second-level Life Seizers. If his cultivation base improved, then he'd be one of the best even among the Life Seizers. This guy's strength was rising too quickly. There was a kind of unpredictable feeling. Perhaps very soon, even Rebirth Realm martial artists would not be able to suppress him. Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny would both get excellent rewards. After all, they were in the top 3. Feng Fei actually possessed the power of Heavenly Tao and grasped the gate of laws. Aside from Tianhai Tyranny and Ling Xiao, there were no other geniuses who were her match. If she grew stronger, then things would only get more troublesome. As for Tianhai Tyranny, he was a second-level life-sizer, the strongest of all the geniuses. Even Ling Xiao couldn't compare to him. Add that to his terrifying Devil Buddha body and his water bear martial soul, and he had a limitless future ahead of him. But everyone still believed that Ling Xiao could easily crush them. Chapter 2012. In the eyes of the crowd, unless Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny's cultivation base improved faster than Ling Xiao's, they'd never be able to catch up to Ling Xiao in their entire lives. After all, the top-ranked cultivator would receive better and better rewards. With Ling Xiao at the top and Cold Plum, Longqin, and Dan Feng in the top 10, the the strength of the Celestial Empire was obvious. The laws of the Dragon Phoenix continent were slowly changing. In the future, the continent's cultivators would find it easier to cultivate and improve faster. All of this had been achieved by Ling Xiao's group. This was the impact on the entire continent and the entire country. Most of the participants were overjoyed. After all, entering the Battle of the Kings would earn them decent rewards. Of course, there were also those who were unhappy. Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Ming, and Qingqiu Li couldn't possibly be happy. Especially Tianhai Tyranny and Feng Fei. They participated in the White Tiger meet to reach the top. Second or third place meant nothing to them. Alright, everyone go do your own things. The top 10 can follow me to the Black Tortoise Temple for the banquet, Lawless announced loudly. Lawless said in a clear voice. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't reject the invitation to the banquet. He had already set up a trap in the Black Tortoise Temple. If anyone from the Black Tortoise Temple wanted to harm him, he could destroy them anytime. He didn't do that now because he wanted to get his hands on the rewards first. Hold it! At this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the sky. Then dozens of figures flew in from the distance. All of them moved with incredible speed. At the very least, that was how the Yin-Yang Realm cultivators saw them. Of the 64 figures, 36 were Rebirth Realm cultivators. The rest were high-level life-seizers. Such terrifying strength was probably more frightening than the Black Tortoise Temple and Nine Heavens Palace combined. It was precisely because of this that everyone's hearts trembled fiercely, and they looked at the 64 terrifying figures in horror. He was trying to guess who this person was, where he came from, and what he was here for. After these people appeared, they set up a formation in the sky, sealing off the escape routes of the top geniuses in the arena. A terrifying pressure was released, causing many of the spectators to involuntarily kneel on the ground, their bodies trembling in fear. What's the situation? Everyone was stunned, including Ling Xiao. No one knew why so many experts had suddenly appeared. No one knew where these people had come from or what they were here for. After all, there were 36 Rebirth Immortals, plus a few life-seizers. Even if the Black Tortoise Temple and Nine Heavens Palace joined forces, they wouldn't have such a powerful lineup. What was going on? This was the question on everyone's mind. However, even a fool could tell that these 64 people definitely did not come with good intentions. As soon as they arrived, they surrounded the participating martial artists. Obviously, they were here for these people. Xianming was still sitting there, but his face didn't look good. The revered ones from the 13 palaces all came to stand beside him. Faced with the sudden appearance of such a powerful and mysterious group, they were all rather worried. However, from the look in Xianming's eyes, he seemed to have recognized these people. He just didn't say it out loud. Why did you come all the way from the Black Tortoise continent? Xianming glanced coldly at the group and asked indifferently. Although he sounded calm, his heart wasn't calm at all. If these 64 people really attacked, he couldn't stop them, and neither could the Black Tortoise Temple. Even if they joined forces with Nine Heavens Palace, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Xianming, don't F***king talk nonsense. Don't you know why we're here? A voice scolded jokingly. Isn't the Black Tortoise Temple just a force of the Deep Earth sect? The Deep Earth sect is also in the Black Tortoise continent, and so are we. We're all here to compete for talents. Some things are meaningless if we say it out loud. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. The Black Tortoise Temple wasn't a native force of the White Tiger continent. Wasn't the Black Tortoise Temple a force born in the extreme lightning grounds? Wasn't it said that it had been passed down for tens of thousands of years? So it was fake. Most of the people from the 4 great empires and the righteous sect felt like they had been tricked and deceived. Although they had heard some rumors before, they didn't dare to believe it because there was no conclusive evidence. However, after listening to these people today, they all understood. This was a group of rebirth and life-seizers. They basically had no reason to lie. The Black Tortoise Temple has never said that it was born in the extreme lightning grounds. We're subordinates of the Deep Earth sect, and we're also subordinates of the Linglong Palace. Xianming said very calmly. We're here to recruit genius disciples for the Linglong Palace. So what? Do you think the geniuses won't want to? He was right. The Linglong Palace was a big force in the Black Tortoise continent. If the White Tiger continent's cultivators could join the Linglong Palace as disciples, they wouldn't be bad. To be honest, if Ling Xiao didn't have a grudge against the Black Tortoise Temple, he wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. Ha ha, you're so straightforward. Then we'll join in the fun. There's nothing wrong with that. These people's not raised by the Black Tortoise Temple. They're geniuses. They all have their own sections. We're also from the Black Tortoise continent, and our sects aren't any weaker than the Linglong Palace. There's nothing wrong with letting them join, right? Someone in the sky said. Most of them have already signed the contract to join the Black Tortoise Temple. You're too late. Xianming said coldly. Haha, you're not late at all. Do you know why we're here? It's because we received a message saying that the Black Tortoise Temple is despicable and shameless. They want the cultivators to sign the contract to join the Black Tortoise Temple before entering the trial. If they don't sign, they'll be deprived of the opportunity to participate in the trial. That person said again. Nonsense. Who's maliciously slandering the Black Tortoise Temple? Xianming was furious, but his eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. However, after thinking about it, he realized that wasn't right. Ling Xiao had been participating in the competition ever since he left the Black Tortoise Temple. There was no way he could have spread the news. Xianming, you old dog, don't look at me. Although I didn't spread the news, it's true that you deprived me of the trial because I didn't sign the contract. Ling Xiao said coldly. He and the Black Tortoise Temple were already like fire and water. He reckoned that he might not even get the first place reward. So, why not take the opportunity to create trouble for the Black Tortoise Temple? Ha 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 ha, you have character. Is this little guy the first place of this year's White Tiger meet? Not bad, not bad. Xianming, did you hear that? In front of so many people, you dare to say that you didn't do it? Chapter 2013. Xianming's expression was gloomy, but he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao at this moment. Not to mention these experts who had just arrived. Even without these people, just Jiu Tianming alone was enough to stop him from killing Ling Xiao. Don't worry, our Black Tortoise Temple won't force anyone to join. If those who have signed the agreement are unwilling, they can break the agreement, and we won't interfere. Xianming said this because he had no other choice. They were facing existences stronger than his Black Tortoise Temple. If he stubbornly refused to admit it, the result would be worse. He could only hope that there were geniuses who were willing to join his Black Tortoise Temple. Otherwise, this time's White Tiger gathering would be a failure. Good, straightforward. Sect Master Xianming is a man of his word, don't go back on your words. A voice came from the sky. Although the words were pleasant to the ears, they were sarcastic towards Xianming. But Xianming had no other choice. Among these newcomers, there were a few that he couldn't afford to offend. Who knows, our Nine Heavens Palace will have to take part in this matter. Jiu Tianming said indifferently, looking at the crowd. Nine Heavens Palace! The Nine Heavens Palace that has been guarding the myriad lightning desolate land for 100,000 years? A confused voice came from the sky. That's right, Jiu Tianming said indifferently. Ha ha ha, what dogfart Nine Heavens Palace! The era is different now, the mortal king has been dead for so many years. You old antiques should say goodbye to the new era. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from the sky. Then, a person spread out his black devil wings and attacked Jiu Tianming. It seemed like this person felt that the Linglong Palace was qualified to share talents with them, but this Nine Heavens Palace wasn't qualified. Jiu Tianming was as indifferent as before, waiting for that person's palm to arrive. He raised his hand and a sword chi pierced through the air. That person's palm wind whistled, shattering the sword chi, but his figure was also stopped. He suddenly stopped, looking at Jiu Tianming. This one is the Black Tortoise Continent's Black Snake Sex Elder, Mo Yank. How should I address you? Nine Heavens Palace's Palace Master, Jiu Tianmeng. Jiu Tianmeng replied indifferently. All right, my mystic snake sect acknowledges the strength of Nine Heavens Palace. Mo Yank had fought with Jiu Tianmeng because he wanted to verify Jiu Tianmeng's strength. If Jiu Tianmeng wasn't qualified, he would have killed him on the spot. Elder Xing Yuan of the Seven-Star Sword Palace greets the Palace Lord of the Nine Heavens Palace. Since the old devil has already probed, then there is no need for me to make a move. Count your Nine Heavens Palace in this selection. At this moment, a man wearing a seven-star robe and standing there like a divine sword stood out and said. Behind him, the disciples of the Seven-Star Sword Palace all seemed to use swords as weapons and specialized in sword Dao. Soul Hall Elder Hun Wuqian agrees as well. An old and hoarse voice rang out. In the sky, there was a group of people who were completely wrapped in pitch-black robes. Their faces could not be seen at all. However, no one doubted their terrifying strength. Heavenly King Sect Elder Li Tianmo agrees. The last person to step out wore battle armor and exuded a tyrannical aura. This aura was very similar to tyrannical Heavenly Ocean. Perhaps this Heavenly King Sect was also a sect that specialized in tyrannical aura. The people behind him were all extremely arrogant and domineering. No one knew where they picked these talents from. These terrifying forces, each of them had the strength to contend with Linglong Palace. It did not seem impossible to destroy the four great empires of the White Tiger Continent. If not for the different martial Dao laws of the White Tiger Continent and the Black Tortoise Continent, which weakened the strength of the martial artists of the Black Tortoise Continent when they came to the White Tiger Continent, the White Tiger Continent would have already become the territory of these five great forces. Mysterious Snake Demon Sect, Seven-Star Sword Palace, Soul Hall, Heavenly King Sect, and Linglong Palace. Good fellow, the five great forces of the Black Tortoise Continent's western region have actually gathered in the White Tiger Continent. This is a rare sight. Nine Heavens Dream frowned. Just now, Mo Yank was probing her, and she was also probing Mo Yank. The other party's strength was not weak. Even if it was her, she only had a 50% chance of defeating him. However, there were actually four of them. If the mysterious underworld being who represented Linglong Palace was included, there would be five of them. What was the Black Tortoise Continent trying to do? Could they not wait to invade the White Tiger Continent so soon? Mysterious underworld, let's cut the crap. With so many geniuses, if the Linglong Palace takes all of them, it would be like eating all of them alone. If things go wrong, the five great forces of the Black Tortoise Continent's western region will change. Once a war breaks out, it will not benefit anyone. Therefore, I advise you to listen to our suggestion and let them choose. The five great forces and Nine Heavens Palace can choose who they want to join. What do you think? Hearing these people's words, the audience's hearts were fluctuating wildly. Just a moment ago, they were regretting that the White Tiger meet had ended and there was no more excitement to watch. Now, such a large group of people had suddenly arrived. Other than the four elders, the rest were just followers. And these followers were actually made up of Rebirth Realm and Life-Seizing Realm martial artists. This gave the audience a feeling of absurdity. It was so unreal, and so shocking. One had to know that Rebirth Realm martial artists could do whatever they wanted in the White Tiger Continent. Basically, no one could restrain them. Listening to these people's conversation, the Black Tortoise Temple was actually just a small force under the Deep Earth sect of the Black Tortoise Continent's western region's Linglong Palace. And yet, this small force was enough to rule the entire White Tiger Continent. And now, the four great forces were on par with the Linglong Palace. How could such a situation not shock the audience? Choose? How do we choose? Mysterious Underworld asked coldly. Although he hated these people who ruined the Linglong Palace's selection, the situation was beyond his control. If these people joined forces, he wouldn't be able to survive. He could only compromise. It's simple. Black Snake Sect, Seven-Star Sword Palace, Soul Hall, Heavenly King Sect, Linglong Palace, and Nine Heavens Palace introduced their respective sections. The time limit is no more than 10 minutes. Then, demonstrate a classic move for these geniuses. After listening and watching, if they agree, they can choose to join their respective sections. What do you think? Mo Yang said. Obviously, they had already thought of this method on their way here. Now, they were just saying it out loud. Agreed! The representatives of the 6 great forces nodded. This was very fair, and there was no coercion. It couldn't be more appropriate. Then, our Linglong Palace will go first. After all, we are the hosts of the White Tiger Storm meet, Mysterious Underworld said coldly. Don't worry, no one will fight with you. If you want to go first, go ahead, Mo Yang said with a smile. The fairness of this rule was that there wasn't much meaning in going first. At most, the first impression would be the strongest, and the others would have a reference. As long as the introduction was good and the performance was good, then the geniuses would naturally choose. Chapter 2014. Xianming looked at all the participants and said, By now, everyone should know that our Black Tortoise Temple represents Linglong Palace's power in the White Tiger continent. Every year, the White Tiger Meet is organized by us and the 5 major forces of the White Tiger continent. This year is no exception. Whether it's the inherited memories in Black Wind Canyon, the treasures in the Myriad Devil Graveyard, or the benefits in the training grounds, they are all the sincerity of our Linglong Palace. We have always been helping you raise your strength, this need not be said. Previously, we did use a bit of force in hopes that you would join our Linglong Palace, but that was only because we cherish talent. I hope you can forgive us. On behalf of Linglong Palace, I guarantee that as long as you join our Linglong Palace, not only will you receive generous rewards, there will also be unexpected gains. Hee, your words are better than a song. Whether it's the Myriad Devil Graveyard or the Black Wind Canyon, they were left behind by the original human king to the people of the profound world and are guarded by 9 Heaven Palace. You blocked us from entering and treated that place as your own private property. You think you can treat us like dogs by throwing us some bones? Ling Xiao sneered and said. To put it bluntly, your Linglong Palace's Black Tortoise Temple took the cultivation resources of the White Tiger continent, and then threw some bones after eating the meat. You think you're so great? As long as he could cause trouble for Linglong Palace, Ling Xiao would not let it go. He was a very straightforward person. If anyone didn't give him a good time, he wouldn't give them a good time. You shut up! Xianming roared. I will shut up. After all, there are others who want to talk. Ling Xiao smiled. He had already said what he needed to say. He believed that the people present were not idiots. They should have heard and seen clearly what Linglong Palace had done. Okay, it's my turn. Jiu Tianming attracted everyone's attention and said. Just as Ling Xiao said, everything in the Myriad Lightning Extreme Place was left behind by the human king to the people of the profound world. It's just that our 9 Heaven Palace is guarding it. If you join our 9 Heavens Palace, you will have the opportunity to cultivate in the Myriad Lightning Desolate Ground. We will do our best to assist you. We will definitely not be as stingy and dirty as the Black Tortoise Temple. In the end, she directly looked at Ling Xiao and said, I know that you have obtained some of the inheritance of the old palace lord. If you are willing, our 9 Heavens Palace can make an exception and accept you as a disciple. Everyone knew that 9 Heavens Palace only accepted female disciples. If he accepted Ling Xiao, that would be an exception. Is Empyrean Palace Master done speaking? Elder Mo Yank of the Black Snake Devil Sect asked with a smile. It's over. All right, it's my turn. Mo Yank looked at the crowd and said, My Mystic Snake Devil Sect is located in the western region of the Black Tortoise Continent. Compared to the White Tiger Continent, the Black Tortoise Continent is much more powerful. In that place, life seizers were everywhere, and yin-yang experts were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Even for Rebirth Realm martial artists, they possessed an extremely impressive number. Our Mystic Snake Devil Sect focuses on cultivating demonic martial arts, so my idea is very simple. Anyone who is willing or has already started cultivating demonic martial arts can join us. Especially you, Ling Xiao. Mo Yank suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, I've seen your heavenly demon incarnation. Although it is very powerful, it lacks a systematic cultivation. As long as you join our mystic snake devil sect, under our nurturing, you won't have to suffer in the white tiger continent. You can definitely shine in the black tortoise continent. Amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Also, if you are willing, you can immediately become a core disciple of our mystic snake devil sect. I, Mo Yank, can guarantee you this. Others are the same. For example, Tyranny Heavenly sees you also practice demonic martial arts. If you join our mysterious snake demon sect, just like Ling Xiao, you will obtain the qualifications to become a core disciple. From then on, you will soar to the heavens. Hearing Mo Yank's words, the eyes of the audience turned red. Envious! With such good conditions, if it were them, they would probably join like crazy. Ling Xiao, Tianhai Tyranny, their luck was really good. About 10 minutes, Mo Yank. The 7-star Sword Palace's disciple coldly said. There's one last thing. Mo Yank looked at Ling Xiao and said, as long as you are willing to join our mystic snake devil sect, no one will dare to bully you and your friends. We can guarantee their safety. The temptation of these words was too great. For Ling Xiao, who was worried that Black Tortoise Temple would settle accounts later, this was the most direct benefit. Not only can your mystic snake devil sect do this, our 7-star Sword Palace can do it too. Xin Yuan glanced at Ling Xiao and said, you actually cultivated your sword intent to the 3rd stage of large success. This really surprised me. Moreover, your Scarlet Sun sword art was comprehended from General Scarlet Sword's inherited memories, but it is stronger than others. This shows that your comprehension of Sword Dao is excellent. I don't think I need to say it. You should also know that if you join our 7-star Sword Palace, the benefits we give you won't be less than any other sect. Moreover, if you want to have achievements in Sword Dao, you can't do without the guidance of a true sword master. Think about it carefully. Finished speaking, Xing Yuan looked at Lu Lian and Dan Feng again and said, the 2 of your sword techniques are also very good. If you are willing, my 7-star Sword Palace will open its doors to you. Speaking of which, this 7-star Sword Palace was also smart. They had probably already investigated Ling Zhao's information and knew that Lu Lian and Dan Feng had a very good relationship with Ling Xiao. That was why they wanted to recruit these 2 people. Of course, these 2 people's attainments in Sword Dao were indeed outstanding. There was no need to doubt this. For martial artists who cultivated Sword Dao, this 7-star Sword Palace's attraction was too great. 7-star Sword Palace's Xing Yuan finished speaking. Soul Hall's Hun Wuqian spoke up, his gaze still on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, your soul force is incomparably strong. If you join our Soul Hall, your future prospects will be limitless. As for the conditions of joining, you can state them as you wish. As long as we can accept them, we'll accept them. Then he looked at Feng Fei and said, Feng Fei, your heavenly Dao energy and gate of laws are, frankly speaking, the manifestation of soul force. If you want to improve in this area, you have to rely on our Soul Hall. And you, Zhe Linglong, your soul force is also very strong. With a bit of guidance, you'll be able to make great progress. Only the Heavenly King sect was left. Li Tianmo almost immediately looked at Ling Xiao and said, you have a domineering aura, which coincides with our Heavenly King sect's martial arts. Our Heavenly King sect is definitely the most suitable choice for you. There's also Tianhai Tyrannical Ambition and Phoenix Shadow. One of you has the Devil King's domineering aura, while the other has overwhelming righteousness. Both of you are the most welcomed martial artists of our Heavenly King sect. If you want to be a king, you have to join our Heavenly King sect. Chapter 2015. It could be said that other than the Linglong Palace who had a grudge against Ling Xiao, the other 5 forces were all eager to recruit Ling Xiao. The one they were most eager to recruit was Ling Xiao. However, there was only one Ling Xiao after all. Therefore, considering the possibility of failure, they set their sights on other martial artists. One had to know that Ling Xiao had the Sky Tyrant martial soul, which coincided with the Heavenly King sect. He had a strong soul power, which was very compatible with the Soul Hall. He cultivated the Sword Dao, which was very compatible with the 7-star Sword Palace. There was also his terrifying heavenly demon incarnation, which had no conflict with the mystic snake demon sect. As for the 9-heaven palace, he had obtained the demonic mirror martial soul and the hell sword technique from the old palace master of the 9-heaven palace. There was no problem in joining the 9-heaven palace. In fact, Ling Long Palace was also willing to take Ling Xiao in. It was just that there was a grudge between them and Ling Xiao, and it was a grudge that could not be mended. Thus, they understood that Ling Xiao would not follow them. Otherwise, how could they let go of a top genius like Ling Xiao so easily? After the 6 forces finished their introductions, the Ling Long Palace's Xian Ming displayed a terrifying martial skill. This set off another wave of excitement, causing everyone to be extremely excited. After all, it was very rare to see a rebirth realm expert displaying his moves. After the 6 forces finished their introductions, the next choice was up to the geniuses. In fact, it was a two-way choice. The sects could choose the geniuses they wanted, and the geniuses could choose the sects they liked. If the other forces in the Black Tortoise Continent's western region did not participate, these geniuses would not have such a good opportunity. Next, it was up to both sides to decide. In the mystic world, a martial artist could join many sections. After all, a martial artist had to experience a lot from the beginning to the end. The sect that he joined at the beginning might not be able to adapt to his growth. Therefore, this was not a problem. No one would think of it as betrayal. As long as he did not join another sect to humiliate his original sect, there would be no problem. For example, Ling Xiao had joined the Ling family, the army, and finally the Yuhua school. This was a process of moving up step by step. It had nothing to do with loyalty or betrayal. However, the geniuses were still worried that the Black Tortoise Temple would harm their own forces or their original sections. After all, if they left with someone else, it would be very difficult for them to interfere with whatever happened to the White Tiger continent. You don't have to worry about the Black Tortoise Divine Palace playing any tricks. The Ling Long Palace has the Black Tortoise Divine Palace and the White Tiger continent, and so do we. As long as you are willing to join our forces, your original forces and sects will be protected by us. If the Black Tortoise Temple dares to act recklessly, it's tantamount to starting a war with the Western region. Mo Yank reminded him. Hearing this, the group of geniuses finally heaved a sigh of relief. Without any worries, what was there to worry about? Dan Feng, Lu Lian, if you're willing, then follow the 7-star Sword Palace. They can undoubtedly improve your Sword Dao. Ling Xiao looked at Dan Feng and Lu Lian. It was an honor for the two of them to be invited by the 7-star Sword Palace. If they could join, it would be beneficial to their future development. After all, Ling Xiao was not their master. It was impossible for him to always help them improve their strength. That was also unrealistic. Brother Ling. Big Brother Ling. The two of them actually really wanted to go, but because of Ling Xiao, as long as they went to the 7-star Sword Palace, it was very likely that they would not be able to help Ling Xiao do things for a very long time in the future. Therefore, they did not speak up and were hesitating. But Ling Xiao's one sentence made them put down the burden in their hearts. Go then. Seeking your own path of martial Dao is the first step that every martial artist should take. You guys have a good future, then I can also be at ease. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I understand. I, Dan Feng, am willing to join the 7-star Sword Palace. I understand too. I, Lu Lian, am willing to join the 7-star Sword Palace. Very good, the 7-star Sword Palace welcomes you. Star Wish not only wanted Dan Feng and Lu Lian because of Ling Xiao, but the key was that it took a fancy to these two people's talents. Therefore, hearing that the two were willing to join, it was also very happy. Ling Xiao, you really don't want to join our 7-star Sword Palace? In the end, what Star Wish hoped to obtain the most was still Ling Xiao. After all, a sword path genius like Ling Xiao was really too hard to find. I'll think about it again, Ling Xiao said with a smile. To be honest, Ling Xiao had too many choices right now and was instead somewhat in a dilemma. One had to know that apart from Linglong Palace, he definitely would not go. The other forces had no enmity with him, and were also beneficial to him. He really wanted to go and give it a try. But as for where to go, he could not make up his mind for a while. This was truly a happy worry. All right then. Star Wish did not force Ling Xiao. He was very clear that this kind of genius could not be forced. They more or less knew a little about the things that happened between Ling Xiao and the Black Tortoise Divine Palace. Towards Ling Xiao, they still did not want to easily offend him right now. After all, this kid was too difficult to deal with. If they wanted to kill him, they had to ensure that they killed him. Otherwise, if they couldn't kill him, it would become a huge problem. If they wanted to subdue him, they had to subdue him without offending or forcing him. Otherwise, even if they took away Ling Xiao's body, they would not be able to take away his heart. In the future, it might cause a big problem. Can I ask a question? Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at him. After all, the major forces here were basically here for him. Speak! In fact, it's very simple. You all came here to compete for talents. I'm afraid it's not on a whim, right? It should be because of something that made you all so eager to get a batch of emerging geniuses. The geniuses of the Black Tortoise Continent's western region have already been divided up by you, but you still feel that it's not enough and want to come to the White Tiger Continent, right? Ling Xiao looked at everyone and asked. If he wanted to join a sect, he had to first figure out the reason. Otherwise, he would not make a decision so easily. This question is actually very simple. In order to strengthen our strength. This is a must, Mo Yang said. The others also nodded. However, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He was very clear that these people were lying. The purpose of being in such a hurry to recruit disciples should not be as simple as strengthening their strength. Perhaps there were other reasons, but because this reason was considered a secret, those who were not from their sect had no right to know. Ling Xiao smiled. He already had a plan in his heart. Although joining these sects might not be too dangerous, he would not do things that he was not confident of. He liked to control everything in his own hands. Moreover, although he did not say it out loud, in his heart, he had already made the Ninth Heaven Palace his choice. If it were not for the Ninth Heaven Dew, the Ninth Heaven Dream, and the old Palace Master, not only would he, Ling Xiao, not be as powerful as he was now, but he might even lose his life. One had to learn to repay kindness. Chapter 2016. Perhaps Nine Heaven Palace wasn't as strong as the 5 great powers of the Black Tortoise Continent, but he would never forget their kindness. Moreover, Ling Xiao always felt that there were mysteries waiting to be discovered in the extreme lightning grounds. As long as he joined Nine Heaven Palace, he might be able to uncover those mysteries and obtain greater benefits. Everyone, I've made my choice. The old Palace Lord of the Nine Heavens Palace saved my life and can be considered half a master to me. I'm sorry, but I choose the Nine Heavens Palace, not to become a disciple. What does the Nine Heavens Dream Palace think? Ling Xiao looked at Nine Heaven Dream and asked. If Nine Heaven Dream could agree to let him not be bound by Nine Heaven Palace, he would make his decision. Of course, no problem. Jiu Tianmeng was extremely happy. He was also very surprised. In the face of so many tempting conditions, Ling Xiao actually chose Nine Heaven Palace. Those conditions weren't something that Nine Heaven Palace could offer. Especially now that Nine Heaven Palace wasn't as strong as before, they had no advantage against the 5 great powers of the Black Tortoise Continent. Even their only advantage, the extreme lightning grounds, was occupied by the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. Ling Xiao choosing them was unexpected and a pleasant surprise. Nine Heaven Dream would welcome him no matter what. To be honest, even if he had to hand over his position to Ling Xiao, it wouldn't matter. Forget it. Since you have such thoughts, we won't force you. Everyone has their own ambitions. Mo Yang sighed, but clearly, he was still a little unwilling in his heart. The other powers were the same. Perhaps the only one happy was Linglong Palace's Xianming. If Ling Xiao didn't join any of the 5 great powers of the western regions and chose 9 Heaven Palace, it wouldn't break the balance. Fei, Linglong, you two should join Soul Hall. It'll be more beneficial for your future development. Taoist One Eyebrow of the Jingyi sect said to his 2 disciples after a moment of thought. Understood. Zui Linglong nodded and said, Since sect master has spoken, Zui Linglong is willing to join Soul Hall. Joining Soul Palace was clearly the most beneficial for her. She wouldn't miss this opportunity. Feng Fei gave Taoist One Brow a playful look. Although the Jingyi sect couldn't compare to the 5 great powers of the Black Tortoise Continent's western regions, it didn't pale in comparison to the Black Tortoise Temple and 9 Heavens Palace. Taoist Yimei probably didn't just want her to properly cultivate in Soul Palace. There was probably another layer of meaning behind this, just like how he wanted her to infiltrate the Fan family in the past. However, this was exactly what she wanted. I, Feng Fei, am willing to join Soul Hall. She finally made her decision. Alright, welcome. Han Wuqian was very happy. Although he was a little disappointed that he couldn't get Ling Xiao, he'd gotten Feng Fei and drunken Linglong. Phoenix Shadow, you should go to the Heavenly King sect. Your nature energy will be greatly enhanced there. Taoist One Eyebrow glanced at Feng Ying and said, Understood. Tyranny, you should go to the mysterious Snake Demon sect. That place is more beneficial for your cultivation. The Tianhai King said after some thought. I was thinking the same thing. Although Tianhai Tyranny had the aura of a devil king and was suited to go to the Heavenly King sect, he was more interested in the martial arts of the Devil Dao. The mysterious Snake Demon sect was definitely the best place for him to go. As a result, the 4 powers that had suddenly appeared all had the disciples they needed. Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Fei, Phoenix Shadow, Drunken Linglong, and even Dan Feng and Lu Lian all had places to go. The mysterious Snake Demon sect had also invited Cold Plum, but Cold Plum refused. She clearly didn't want to leave Ling Xiao. The Heavenly King's sect had also invited Longchen. After all, he was a true member of the Dragon Clan. His dragon aura was very compatible with the Heavenly King's sect's aura. But Longchen refused as well. He didn't want to leave Ling Xiao's side either. Everyone had their own choices, so Ling Xiao didn't force them. Truthfully speaking, these two's talents were second only to his own. He really didn't want them to leave. Although my Heavenly King sect prefers people with the aura of a king and a domineering aura, we'll definitely welcome anyone in the top 20. Compared to the other powers, the Heavenly King sect didn't have such strict requirements for their disciples. The mysterious Snake Demon sect only cultivated the Devil Dao. The 7-Star Sword Palace only cultivated the Sword Dao. The Soul Hall only cultivated the Soul Dao. These 3 powers were very particular when it came to choosing disciples. With the Heavenly King sect's words, the Heavenly Wolf Gentleman and Silver Wolf Princess both announced their participation. Jun Maching and Jun Macho joined the Linglong Palace, or Black Tortoise Temple. It was hard for Xianming to be satisfied with just these 2 people. Since quality wasn't good enough, they might as well start with quantity. Thus, they relaxed their requirements. As long as they advanced to the Battle of the Kings, they would accept all of them. Although this was a bit shameful, there was no other way. A peach that was about to ripen had been picked by someone else. His heart was filled with resentment, but what else could he do? He could only blame the Black Tortoise Temple for being too despicable. Many top geniuses didn't have a good impression of them. After all, the more talented a person was, the more personality they had. When you forced them, they would already hate you. It was just that they didn't express it. Ha ha! Congratulations to the Linglong Palace for accepting so many good disciples. See you in the future. Mo Yank laughed heartily and left with the mysterious Snake Demon sect's disciples. He said he was congratulating them, but he was obviously mocking Xianming. The other 3 powers also left with the genius disciples they chose. They came in a hurry and left very quickly. However, none of the powers returned empty-handed. Although they didn't get Ling Xiao, who they wanted the most, it was still not bad. As for the final reward of the white tiger meat, It was obvious that those who joined other sects wouldn't get it. After all, the reward was given by the Black Tortoise Temple. If they didn't join the Black Tortoise Temple, they wouldn't get it. However, they didn't care. They believed that the sects they joined would give them the same compensation. Ling Xiao, are you sure you don't want to join my Linglong Palace? As long as you are willing to join, we can disregard our previous enmity and give you the best conditions. If you don't join, then you won't get the first place reward of the white tiger meat. Xianming watched those people leave and then looked back at the scene. He actually had the idea of subduing Ling Xiao. If he could get Ling Xiao to join, then the loss wouldn't be considered a loss. I'm sorry, I won't join any power. I only went to the Nine Heaven Palace because I owed someone a favor. As for your Linglong Palace, I'm a very vengeful person. Unless you kill that venerable Mo Fang and apologize to me in front of everyone, I can consider disregarding our past enmity. Perhaps I'll even let my friends join you. Chapter 2017. That's impossible. Xianming hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. What kind of joke was this? It would have been fine if it was done in private, but how could he do it in front of so many people? Let's go! With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left with the disciples he had recruited. Before leaving, he threw a sentence at Ling Xiao. You will regret this! Ling Xiao didn't reply, only smiling faintly. He, Ling Xiao, would never regret what he had done. Even if he died because of it, it was his own choice. What was there to regret? He looked at Zhou Tianming and said, Palace Master, can you take in a few of my friends to cultivate in Jiutian Palace? Of course. Out of so many people, only Ling Xiao was willing to choose Jiutian Palace. To Zhou Tianming, Ling Xiao had given them so much face, so what if they took in a few more people? Moreover, Ling Xiao's friends weren't bad either. Although Jiutian Palace had only accepted female disciples before, the situation had changed. Jiutian Palace had declined, and if they wanted to compete with the forces of Black Tortoise Continent, they had to change this stubborn and old-fashioned way of thinking. Accepting both male and female disciples could be considered her first try. Let's go, Ling Xiao. You can rest assured that whatever reward Black Tortoise Temple can give you, Jiutian Palace will do our best to satisfy. Cold Plum, Longchen Blue Snow, and Hongyu will do the same. Zhou Tianming was in a good mood. Jiutian Palace had re-entered the world and could recruit so many people. It was really a great fortune. In the Land of Lightning, Jiuma's sword and the others were already waiting there. Ling Xiao had used Sengjing family's temple as a foundation to set up a teleportation array to the Land of Lightning. It was to avoid being hunted down by Black Tortoise Temple. As long as they hid in the Land of Lightning, it would be very difficult for Black Tortoise Temple to find them. With the help of the myriad lightning immortal slaying array, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Black Tortoise Temple's people. Of course, the situation had changed. The appearance of Nine Heavens Palace had changed Ling Xiao's original plan. He hoped that Ji Luoyu and the others could also enter the Nine Heavens Palace to cultivate. Although Ji Luoyu and Feng Minglian's aptitudes were not as good as Long Chen's, they were better than most martial artists. They deserved better opportunities to cultivate. As for Mou and Zhu Xiaotsong, their aptitudes might be even worse than Ji Luoyu and Feng Minglian. However, he was still considered a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it into the list of finalists for the White Tiger meet. The Nine Heavens Palace was still very welcoming towards them. After handing these people over to Ling Xiao, Hongqi bid farewell to the Liquor Demon's sword. Their target was the Black Tortoise Continent. They were going to investigate the true purpose of the 5 great powers of the Western region. This was also what Ling Xiao wanted to know. With these two together, Ling Xiao was at ease. Hongqi's cultivation had almost recovered to the Rebirth Realm, and the Liquor Demon's sword was definitely one of the best among the Rebirth Realm martial artists. At the very least, he was not inferior to the elders of the 5 great powers. They were qualified to go to the Black Tortoise Continent. After separating, Ling Xiao and the others stepped into a dreamlike space and arrived at the Nine Heavens Palace. What surprised Ling Xiao was that the Nine Heavens Palace was actually an independent space. It was almost completely isolated from the outside world. One could only enter and exit through a transmission array. This was also the reason why the Black Tortoise Temple scheme did not cause the Nine Heavens Palace to fall. However, after arriving at the Nine Heavens Palace, Ling Xiao realized how miserable it was. This is our current situation. In the previous incident, our Nine Heavens Palace suffered heavy losses. We only have a total of 11 people left. Sigh, now you understand. I'm really thirsty for talent. If you join the Nine Heavens Palace, you will receive the best martial arts and guidance. Nine Heavens do, and I will personally guide your cultivation. Nine Heavens Dream looked at Ling Xiao and the others and couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. It looks like we've bet on the right treasure. Ling Xiao wasn't mocking himself, but thinking from the bottom of his heart. In comparison, the Black Tortoise continent had many disciples from the 5 great powers, and more than enough genius disciples. After those geniuses joined, they would receive benefits, but not as much as they did. Nor would they have as much freedom as they did. Nine Heavens Dream didn't put on any airs in front of Ling Xiao. She really did treat Ling Xiao as a friend. She was even considering giving the position of Nine Heavens Palace head to Ling Xiao. She probably knew in her heart that as long as a genius like Ling Xiao didn't die, he would become an existence that everyone in the profound world looked up to in the future. She or Xianming would widen the gap between them and this terrifying genius. She had seen Ling Xiao's battles with the other geniuses. Even compared to Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny, Ling Xiao was clearly on a higher level. Everyone sit down. There's no need to be polite. Our Nine Heavens Palace can only be considered a small sect now. There are only so many of us, and there aren't many rules to speak of. In the future, when Nine Heavens Palace rises again, you will all be elders. Nine Heavens Dream wasn't just polite to Ling Xiao, but to Ling Xiao's friends as well. She knew that Ling Xiao was a sentimental person. But while she was being polite, the others were still a little reserved. Although Nine Heavens Palace only had 11 people left, 5 of them were Rebirth Realm experts. The rest were Life Seizers who were much stronger than them. But Ling Xiao wasn't so reserved. His cultivation base couldn't compare to the others, but his mentality wasn't inferior. He knew that in the future, he would be even stronger than these people. And it wouldn't be for long. Seeing Ling Xiao sit down, Cold Plum, Longchen, and the others slowly sat as well. Still, they felt a little uneasy. Nine Heavens Dream smiled. To tell the truth, I should be thanking you all for choosing Nine Heavens Palace. Even after knowing the truth, you still didn't give up on your original idea. Ling Xiao, can you tell us about the story between you and the old palace head? Ling Xiao nodded. There was nothing to hide, so he chose the important points to explain. I never thought that the old palace head would give you the remnants of his cultivation base. It looks like you're worthy of being half a disciple. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Nine Heavens Dream saw the purity in Ling Xiao's eyes. There was no trace of a lie, so she was willing to believe it. Thus, she said solemnly, I once made a grave mistake that caused the old palace head to fall into such a state. Today, I will give you the position of palace head of Nine Heavens Palace. Absolutely not. Ling Xiao shook his head. You don't like the position? Nine Heavens Dream frowned. To tell you the truth, I'm the Celestial Emperor of Heaven. In the future, the White Tiger continent will belong to the Celestial Empire. I have great ambitions, and I want to rebuild the sacred dynasty of myriad races. In the future, I want to unify the profound world. If you really want to give me the position of palace head, then I suggest you take Nine Heavens Palace with you to the Celestial Empire and become a part of us. In the future, if the Celestial Empire agrees to take over the White Tiger continent, Nine Heavens Palace will become the holy land of the White Tiger continent. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then spoke his true thoughts. Chapter 2018. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's ambition was too big, to the point that even Zhou Tianming was shocked. But after a while, she nodded and said, As long as we can protect Nine Heavens Palace, that's not a problem. Haha, Palace Lord, you might not think much of it, but it doesn't matter. You'll know in the future that I'm not just a braggart. The main problem at hand was to remove the nail that was the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. Only by pulling out this nail will the White Tiger continent gradually come under our control. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't continue the previous topic. He knew that Jiu Tianming was expressing her sincerity. If he became the Palace Lord, he and his friends could learn all the martial arts of Nine Heavens Palace. This sincerity was something that none of the 5 great powers of the Black Turtle continent could do. This choice of Ling Xiao's was really a huge advantage. Such a reward was 100 times better than the White Tiger Meat's first place reward. What could Ling Xiao be dissatisfied with? To tell you the truth, I had the same idea, but Black Turtle Temple isn't as simple as you think. Jiu Tianming reminded him. Besides the 13 palaces venerables, Black Turtle Temple has a large number of life seizers. Especially the 3 geniuses that were recruited 10 years ago through the White Tiger Meat. They're only in their 30s now. One of them might not be as strong as the Wine Demon's sword, but he's already a rebirth realm cultivator. As for the other 2, one is at 50-fold life seizing. The other is at 9-fold life seizing. None of them are something you can handle right now. The last time you caused trouble in Black Turtle Temple, those 3 didn't show up because they were in seclusion. But I'm sure that when they come out, they'll come looking for trouble. In recent years, Nine Heavens Palace hadn't made any big moves, but they had been secretly collecting information about Black Turtle Temple. They were preparing to drive Black Turtle Temple out of the myriad lightning desolate grounds and the White Tiger continent. What are their names? Ling Xiao knew that he wasn't a match for the 13 palaces' rebirth realm cultivators, so the best way to deal with Black Turtle Temple was to start with those geniuses. The person ranked first is believed to be Xianming's successor. When Xianming leaves the White Tiger continent in the future, he will become the Black Tortoise Temple's sovereign. Therefore, in the Black Tortoise Temple, he did not have a name. He was directly addressed as Your Highness, which meant that he was second only to the sect master. As time passed, his real name was gradually forgotten by others. This person's personality was domineering and frivolous, but it was different from Heavenly Sea Tyranny's direct actions. His domineering didn't rely on his personality, but on his actions. He had done many things that even Xianming thought he had gone too far, but he couldn't do anything about it. It seems like even Xianming is somewhat afraid of him. Your Highness! Ling Xiao remembered this name, as well as this person. This person should be a martial artist from the same era as the Wine Demon's sword. Back then, he hadn't been able to defeat the Wine Demon's sword and had been the second place of the White Tiger Storm meet. As for the other 2, one is called Qin Yu, and the other is called Song Mofen. You should have seen someone called Lin Yuan before. That Lin Yuan is Qin Yu's lackey. Jiu Tian Dream introduced. We have no way of obtaining their detailed information. The Black Tortoise Temple's management is very strict. They definitely won't allow this information to be leaked. Alright, I understand. How about this? I will stay in Nine Heaven Palace for a while. On one hand, I want to get a feel of this Black Tortoise Temple. On the other hand, I want to bring in the talented disciples of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire to cultivate in Nine Heaven Palace. What do you think? It had to be said that as the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, Ling Xiao really had a big heart. For him, increasing one's cultivation alone wasn't enough. Only by increasing the strength of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martial artists could he do more. That's not a problem. We welcome them. Nine Heaven Palace currently needed a large number of disciples to expand their strength. Thus, this method was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How could Jiu Tian Dream not agree? Alright, then we'll plan a path for them to come here. We have to hide it from the Black Tortoise Temple, otherwise there will be endless trouble. Ling Xiao saw that Jiu Tian Dream was willing to accept his suggestions one by one and was quite happy. Cooperating with such a person was really the wisest choice. Alright, but before that, I'll bring you to see the martial arts secret realm of Nine Heaven Palace. This is the reward you deserve. Jiu Tian Dream stood up and said, Alright, then many thanks, Palace Master. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to obtain the martial arts secret manual. He had obtained so many inheritances and comprehended so many profound battle techniques. To him, the martial arts secret manual wasn't something he was in a hurry to obtain. But since Jyotian Dream said so, he still had to go. Who knows, there might be a way for him to strengthen his current martial arts in Nine Heaven Palace. Moreover, he wasn't in a hurry, but Cold Plum, Long Chin and the others were in a hurry. After all, not everyone was like him and obtained the memories of the Palace Master. Following Jyotian Dream, the group arrived at an independent space protected by a formation. In this huge independent space, there were many towering bookshelves. On the bookshelves, there were densely packed ancient books. In the space, there was a person cleaning up. This person was probably the oldest existence in Nine Heaven Palace. Her hair was white, and it was unknown how long she had lived. Her eyes were filled with vigilance and anticipation. Aunt Foam, these are the hopes of our Nine Heaven Palace rising again. This guy called Ling Xiao not only obtained part of the inheritance of the human king, he can also be considered half a disciple of the Palace Master. His talent is amazing. This time, he won first place in the White Tiger meet. Jyotian Dream bowed respectfully to the old woman. And I can see that. You guys do as you please. I'll go over there and clean up. Aunt Fong looked at Ling Xiao indifferently, nodded slightly, and then turned to leave. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the ancient books on the bookshelves. With his Tai Chi eye, he instantly saw the contents of these books. It was not a big deal when he looked, but he was really shocked. The worst was actually a Jade grade martial art. One had to know that Jade grade martial arts were the top martial arts on the Dragon Phoenix continent. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Fortunately, he had made the right choice, and in exchange, everyone improved together. Ling Xiao, according to the rules of Nine Heaven Palace, martial artists who are qualified to look at Jade grade martial arts have to be at least at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Martial artists who are qualified to look at Jade grade martial arts have to be at least in the life-seizing realm. But this time, I'll make an exception. As long as you're in the Yin-Yang realm, you're qualified to look at Jade grade martial arts. Above the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm, you're qualified to look at Jade grade martial arts. Chapter 2019. Jyotian Meng looked at Ling Xiao and said, As for you, I believe in your innate talent and comprehension. Feel free to browse through any of the martial arts here. But you also know that every level of martial arts requires a corresponding cultivation base to be able to truly cultivate. If you can't reach that level, you'll harm your body instead. You know this, right? As soon as Jyotian Meng finished speaking, before Ling Xiao could say anything, the others couldn't help but exclaim. This exception was simply too important. One had to know that a Jade grade elementary martial technique was enough for a Yin-Yang realm martial artist to cultivate. In the Dragon Phoenix continent, if one wanted to obtain such a martial art, unless one was a top-notch genius martial artist, there was no other way. But here, you only needed to reach the Yin-Yang realm, even if it was just the beginning. Once you reached the 10th level of Yin-Yang, you could cultivate mid-Jade level martial arts. It was like a dream. One had to know that the martial artists ranked third in the White Tiger Storm meet had only received a mid-Jade grade martial art as a reward. In other words, all of them had the same results as Feng Fei. How could they not be happy? If they went to other sects, who would have the chance? Of course, Ling Xiao's luck was even better. Jyotian Meng had given him the highest authority to choose any martial arts from Nine Heaven Palace. The best martial arts in Nine Heavens Palace were Jade grade martial arts. This was a martial art that even Rebirth realm martial artists could cultivate. In other words, even if they didn't go anywhere else, they could still cultivate to the Rebirth realm just by staying in the Nine Heaven Palace. This was truly a fortunate thing. Everyone chose their own martial arts. The first room in this isolated space had Jade level martial arts. The second room had mid-Jade level martial arts. Ling Xiao went straight to the third room, where all the high jade-level martial arts were stored. He ignored the dazzling array of martial arts. After all, he had plenty of offensive, defensive, and movement skills. In the end, he chose 3 secret manuals that weren't martial arts or cultivation methods. The first was to strengthen his light profound. The second was to strengthen his shadow profound. The third was to strengthen his sword intent. They were all high-grade jade-grade manuals, which were very important to him. After the White Tiger Tempest meet, he had also experienced the suppression of profundities on his opponents, as well as the great benefits of having a powerful sword intent. Right now, these were the most important things to him. As for the improvement of his cultivation base, he could rely on the continuous strengthening of the light shadow profound meaning. There was no need for him to look for secret martial arts manuals. Even though he had a high level of comprehension and talent, he didn't want to be overly distracted. You know your limits. No wonder you were able to attain your current glory. If it was someone else, that person would probably wish for nothing more than to empty out all the martial technique manuals here, right? Jiu Tianming was also full of admiration for Ling Xiao. Palace Lord, you flatter me. I'm just someone who doesn't want to waste time, Ling Xiao said with a smile. After obtaining the 3 martial arts manuals, Ling Xiao did not waste any time. He began cultivating with his friends in the secret cultivation area of Nai Heaven Palace. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It was almost the end of the year. Ling Xiao thought that during the new year, he could go home and take a look. At the same time, he could choose some genius cultivators to come to Nai Heaven Palace to study. Therefore, after coming out of seclusion, he proposed this idea to Jiu Tianming. Although Jiu Tianming agreed, she was still worried about the safety of the journey. She wanted Jiu Tiandu to escort him. Ling Xiao did not refuse. Jiu Tiandu's strength was not inferior to Xian Ming. With her escort, there would be a lot less trouble. However, it was at this time that someone suddenly came in to report. Palace Lord Black Tortoise Temple's Song Mofeng brought people here to challenge, saying that he wants to fight with Ling Xiao, asking Ling Xiao to release Xian Feng. Song Mofeng? One of the 3 strongest geniuses of Black Tortoise Temple? Ling Xiao said with a frown. If this Song Mofeng had not come, he would have almost forgotten about Xian Feng. Xian Feng had always been locked up in the most secretive place. It was so that he could leave the extreme lightning place. This Song Mofeng actually came to ask for him? I'll go see him. Ling Xiao really wanted to see what this genius from Black Tortoise Temple was like, and how strong he was. Be careful, Ling Xiao, Jiu Tianming warned. Song Mofeng just broke through half a month ago. He's in the 10th level of life seizing. I'm afraid you're not a match for him, Jiu Tianming warned. Don't worry, Empress, Yang Qi said. I wouldn't joke around with my life. If there's any trouble, I'll avoid it. I'm not a stubborn person. With that, Ling Xiao stepped out of Nine Heavens Palace. Then he went to the place where Song Mofeng had challenged him. Obviously, Song Mofeng didn't know the exact location of Nine Heavens Palace. The place he was in was one of the outposts of Nine Heavens Palace, which had long since been abandoned. Song Mofeng wore a water blue robe, and his hair was the same color. Most likely it wasn't a natural color, but rather a result of some magical treasure or martial soul. You're Ling Xiao? Song Mofeng asked, looking down coldly at Ling Xiao. That's right. You're Song Mofeng? Ling Xiao didn't want to look up at anyone, so he flew up into the air to meet Song Mofeng's gaze. That's right. Since you're Ling Xiao, let's make a gentleman's agreement. We'll fight to determine the victor. If I win, you hand over Xian Feng, and Black Tortoise Temple won't make things difficult for you. What do you say? Song Mofeng frowned. Clearly, he didn't like Ling Xiao's disrespect. And if you lose? Ling Xiao asked. I won't lose. Song Mofeng was very confident, or perhaps conceited. What if? Ling Xiao said with a smile. If I lose, I'll give you a high-grade jade-ranked martial art. What do you say? Song Mofeng said to Ling Xiao, as if he was giving alms to a beggar. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had long lost interest in high-grade jade-ranked martial arts. He looked coldly at Song Mofing and said, "If you don't have sincerity, don't talk about people. If you lose, you'll have to at least give me an immortal grade spirit tool or have your Black Tortoise Temple's martial artists withdraw from Black Wind Canyon and Myriad Devil Graveyard. You're really asking for too much," Song Mofing said coldly. "Since you don't think you'll lose, why do you care about what I ask for? Or should I say, you don't have the authority to promise me?" Ling Xiao said sarcastically. "Promise him!" Suddenly, a mysterious voice came from afar. Ling Xiao felt that this voice was very unfamiliar, as if he had never heard it before. But this voice gave him a lot of pressure. "Yes, Your Highness," Song Mofing said respectfully to the voice. "Your Highness." So this was the Black Tortoise Temple's #1 Highness. No wonder. It was said that this person had done many things that exceeded his authority. Even Xian Ming didn't dare to offend him. Or it could be said that Xian Ming was deliberately cultivating this highness, giving him unlimited privileges, and deliberately not caring about him. Chapter 2020. No matter which possibility it was, His Highness had to be dealt with carefully. He was much harder to deal with than Song Mofing. "Ling Xiao, I advise you to hand over young Master Xian Feng as soon as possible. If you fight with senior brother Song, it means that you are opposing His Highness, his enemy. And His Highness's forces are not only in Black Tortoise Temple, but also in the White Tiger Continent's 5 great forces. If you want to die, then go against him." Standing behind Song Mofing were many Black Tortoise Temple martial artists. One of them was Lin Yuan, who had tried to kill Ling Xiao in Black Tortoise Temple. Lin Yuan was both shocked and terrified that Ling Xiao had taken first place in the White Tiger Gathering. However, with Song Mofing and His Highness behind him, he naturally had the confidence to do so. Ling Xiao originally thought that His Highness was only strong, but now he understood that this guy was not to be underestimated. Not only was he strong, but he also had great ambitions. This guy actually had people in the 4 great empires and Jingyi school. It seemed that his actions were even more arrogant than profound underworld. This seemingly impossible thing had actually happened to His Highness. Compared to His Highness, Heavenly Sea Tyranny was not even worth mentioning. Who knew what this guy had done to make the 4 great empires and Jingyi school's martial artists respect and be loyal to him? However, one thing was certain, this guy's strength was absolutely tyrannical. In addition, he had done certain things to continuously accumulate prestige. For example, Song Mofing challenging Ling Xiao today was probably a way for His Highness to establish his prestige. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. "You want to establish prestige with me? No matter who you are wrong." He had to defeat Song Mofing. This was not only to restore 9 Heavens Palace's prestige, but also to suppress Black Tortoise Temple. Making Black Tortoise Temple give up Black Wind Canyon and Myriad Devil Graveyard would be very helpful to 9 Heavens Palace's martial artists in the future. Since he could not completely drive Black Tortoise Temple out, then he would slowly nibble away. "Lin Yuan, you trash! You don't have the guts to fight me, yet you are still trying to shake my fighting spirit! After I cripple Song Mofing, I'll kill you!" Ling Xiao glared fiercely at Lin Yuan. He originally had no enmity with this person, but this person wanted to kill him. Due to the matter with the White Tiger Wind and Cloud Gathering, he hadn't crippled this fellow. However, today, as long as he had the chance, he definitely wouldn't let this trash off. So what if he was His Highness? Even if His Highness came in person, he would still kill Lin Yuan and destroy Song Mofing. No one could change his mind or make him waver. "Humph, you only know how to talk big now. Wait until you fight with my senior brother Song, then you'll know how deep you are. Don't think that you're very powerful just because you took first place in the White Tiger meet. No matter how good your talent and comprehension are, you still have to survive to have the qualifications to become stronger. It's a pity that you won't have the chance." Lin Yuan snorted coldly. In the end, he could only rely on Song Mofing, and did not have the guts to directly challenge Ling Xiao. Because he didn't dare. He knew that he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao. "Scram if you can, you piece of trash. Song Mofeng said. If you don't, I'll definitely kill you. Ignoring Lin Yuan, Ling Xiao turned to look at Song Mofeng. After all, Song Mofeng was probably the strongest opponent he had faced since the White Tiger meet. He was definitely in the 10th level of life seizing. Ling Xiao, Song Mofeng said, you'd better listen to Lin Yuan's warning. Ling Xiao and Song Mofeng faced off in midair, separated by a distance of several dozen meters. Terrifying killing intent was building up between them. At any moment, a shocking attack would erupt, and the other would be killed. Song Mofeng seemed to have a card up his sleeve, as if he were looking down at Ling Xiao from a lofty position. It was almost as if Ling Xiao's life were in his hands, and he could do anything he wanted with them. Just concede, Song Mofeng said. It wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. If you offend His Highness, there's no way you'll survive. Hand over Profound Wind, and you'll still be alive. Apparently, Song Mofeng wasn't interested in fighting with Ling Xiao. After all, it was a waste of time. Will handing over Profound Wind really save my life? Ling Xiao chuckled disdainfully. I'm afraid it won't be that easy, will it? Speaking up for His Highness, haven't you considered that he's pushing you into a pit of fire? Too many geniuses have died at my hands. One more won't make a difference. So stubborn, Song Mofeng said. It seems you really want to fight. Well, in that case, I guess I'll just have to kill you. Song Mofeng's expression turned very grim. The reason he didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao was because he disdained to do so. Furthermore, he didn't want to kill Profound Wind. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to report back to the Sect Lord. After all, he wasn't His Highness, and didn't have a very high position in the Profound Underworld Sect Lord. It's hard to say who's going to kill who, Song Mofeng said. You people from the Black Tortoise Temple always go back on your word. What bullshit gentleman's agreement. It's meaningless. But that's fine. If I kill you, the Black Tortoise Temple will know how determined the Nine Heavens Palace is. Ling Xiao never took Song Mofeng's word seriously. The Black Tortoise Temple going back on their word was something he had seen many times. Now that both sides had a huge grudge, it was even more impossible for the other side to keep their promise. Since that was the case, killing Song Mofeng and Lin Yuan to attack the Black Tortoise Temple's morale wasn't impossible. Even if His Highness appeared, he still had to complete this matter. Brat, you'll definitely regret this. Song Mofeng looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. I've already given you a chance to live. Unfortunately, you're too arrogant and ignorant. You didn't take this chance seriously at all. You think that because you're talented and have a lot of fortuitous encounters, you can look down on everyone in the world. Unfortunately, compared to His Highness and me, you don't have any advantage at all. We've had more fortuitous encounters than you, we're better than you, and we're stronger than you. You want to make an enemy out of His Highness for some inexplicable pride. You're really stupid. Are you done with your nonsense? Ling Xiao said, cutting him off. The god's word of radiance and light appeared in his hand, pulsing with sword energy and sword will as it shot towards Song Mofeng. He wasn't in the mood to waste any more words with Song Mofeng. It would be much faster to just attack. A sword pierced through the air towards Song Mofeng's vitals. Sword energy ripped through the air, and sword will stole the mind. This sword strike was incomparably domineering. This sword strike was as calm as ever. His sword strike was as fast as lightning, as unpredictable as the wind and clouds, as swift as light. Fast. Incomparably fast. So fast that Song Mofeng had no time to dodge. Song Mofeng frowned, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. In half a month, your cultivation base has risen to such a level. Terrifying. I have no choice but to kill you. To his surprise, Ling Xiao's cultivation base was already in the 7th level of life seizing. Half a month ago, he had been in the 18th level of yin yang. With talent like that, and cultivation speed like that, it was no wonder that His Highness wanted him dead. Chapter 2021. The sharp sword energy pierced through Song Mofeng's body. Song Mofeng's body exploded, transforming into countless droplets of lava that danced in the air. This sword actually pierced empty air? As the lava fell to the ground, it began to take shape, transforming into numerous afterimages of Song Mothang. No, more accurately speaking, they were clones. Because these afterimages were exactly the same as Song Mothang. In that instant, attacks came from all directions. Song Mothang also used a sword. His sword was cold and domineering. Although it couldn't compare to tyrannical heavenly seas, it was clearly more mature. He used it more freely. Each of the clones was like the real Song Mothang. Their sword energy was so real and terrifying. Rumble! As the sword stabbed forward, a strange and terrifying scene appeared. Behind each of the countless Song Mothang clones, a similar illusory image appeared. The illusory image wore a crown on its head. Unexpectedly, it was the martial soul of an emperor. The emperor martial soul allowed Song Mothang's sword energy to be infused with the domineering aura of an emperor, as if it wanted to completely crush Ling Xiao's aura. Emperor's sword! A high-grade jade martial art. Song Mothang actually cultivated a high-grade jade martial art, the Emperor's sword. And when paired with his terrifying Emperor martial soul, it was practically flawless. Every sword strike could swallow mountains and rivers, tear apart heaven and earth. No! Ling Xiao frowned. Even for him, using a high-grade jade martial art was very difficult. Martial arts of that level belong to Rebirth Realm martial artists. Even if Song Mothang's cultivation base was in the 10th stage of the life-seizing realm, he was still only halfway into the Rebirth Realm. There was no way he could use a high-grade jade martial art so perfectly. Moreover, at the moment his body exploded, he actually turned into a magma clone. That probably wasn't his own ability. This guy must have a treasure on him. That treasure allowed Song Mothang to use a high-grade jade martial art. It also allowed him to continuously replenish his internal energy, so that he wouldn't be in danger from using too much of his energy. Taiji Eye. Ling Xiao used the Taiji Eye. His body flickered as he dodged Song Mothang's sword energy. He wanted to see what treasure Song Mothang had. He saw it. It was the vermilion bird pearl. This magic treasure was a divine-grade spiritual artifact, which was much better than the defensive armor Ling Xiao had obtained from the myriad demons' graveyard. It was probably an invincible treasure for those below the rebirth state. With this thing, who could be his opponent? Ling Xiao kept dodging, but he still felt a great pressure from the king's sword. The Crimson Sun sword chi that he released was constantly being torn apart. He was actually in a dangerous situation where he was completely suppressed by his opponent. Of course, with Ling Xiao's movement technique, his superb sword chi, and the protection of the luster battle armor, it was not very likely that Song Mothang could defeat him in a short period of time. As expected, senior brother Song is too strong. He completely suppressed Ling Xiao and didn't give him any chance at all. Lin Yuan was originally still worried that some unforeseen event would occur, but seeing such a battle situation, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he couldn't possibly defeat Song Mothang before he matured. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Black Turtle Temple were watching the battle on a special screen. Song Mothang's challenge to Ling Xiao was, of course, approved by Profound Underworld. If he could really kill Ling Xiao, then Xian Ming would be able to vent all the anger that he had suffered previously. Over in the Nine Heavens Palace, Nine Heavens Dream and Nine Heavens Dew were also watching the battle. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao was already on their side, but they couldn't help but be a bit worried. Empress, Ling Xiao's talent and perception are incredible. In just half a month, he's already reached the 7th level of life seizing. As long as we protect him, it won't be long before he succeeds in life seizing and reaches the rebirth state. We can't let him die, Nine Heavens Dew said anxiously. There's no need to rush, Profound Underworld said. Let's wait and see. If anything happens to Ling Xiao, I'll definitely step in. Not only is he talented, but he's also half an apprentice of the Empress. I have a responsibility to protect him. The truth was that Nine Heavens Dream was also nervous. However, considering Ling Xiao's shocking performance during the White Tiger meet, She felt that it would be unfair to Ling Xiao to judge the outcome of the battle too early. "Let me say something you don't like to hear," Profound Underworld said. "Song Mofeng really isn't strong. What's strong is the vermilion bird pearl inside of him. Her Majesty brought it back from the Black Turtle continent, where she killed the real vermilion bird demon Ling. It's just too strong." A voice suddenly sounded in the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the Skill Imparting Honorable from the Skill Imparting Palace. "Arhat of Imparting Arts," Imparting Arts said, "I'm afraid you're overestimating yourself. Song Mofeng has the martial soul of an emperor, and the blood of a vermilion bird in his veins. That's why the vermilion bird pearl is so powerful. Back when the Sect Lord took those 3 as apprentices, he put in a lot of effort into them." The speaker was none other than Arhat Magic Cube. "That's right," Imparting Arts replied. "I personally tempered their bodies with profound underworld energy for 81 days. After that, I invited Medicine King Sunbeard to concoct a precious medicinal solution for them to soak in for 49 days. Their bodies were tempered to the pinnacle. Of course, Her Majesty had the best latent talent and the highest level of comprehension. Not only did she cause a qualitative transformation in her own power, but she also helped Song Mofeng and Qin Yu with the Black Turtle Pearl and the Vermilion Bird Pearl. She even opened up a similar dimension inside of them, allowing the pearls to unleash their full potential. Furthermore, she didn't harm them in any way." With that, Arhat Magic Cube looked over at the Arhat of Imparting Arts and said, "I know you're not happy with the way we handled Ling Xiao. But today, Ling Xiao is going to die at the hands of Song Mofeng. With Her Majesty's help, Song Mofeng is no ordinary life-sizer. He even has a huge amount of the vital power of reincarnation stored in his similar dimension. Do you really think he'll lose? If we really want to talk about it, let's talk about how many more rounds this Ling Xiao can last." "If that's what you think, Sect Lord," the Arhat of Imparting Arts said coolly, "of course, I wouldn't dare to say anything. However, you all saw how powerful Ling Xiao was back in the White Tiger meet. Haven't we been slapped in the face enough times? Well done, Arhat Magic Cube." Arhat Magic Cube said, "Why are you siding with an outsider? What are you planning?" "I'm not siding with an outsider. I'm just stating a fact," the Arhat of Imparting Arts said coolly. The Technique Imparting Venerable said indifferently, "Your actions have indeed caused our Black Tortoise Sacred Hall to lose a top genius. That so-called consummate genius is going to be killed soon," Arhat Magic Cube said coldly. "And if he doesn't die?" the Arhat of Imparting Arts said with a cold laugh. "If he can beat Song Mofeng, then I'll give you my 800-year-old wine. It's godly wine that can improve the vital power of reincarnation," Arhat Magic Cube said angrily. Chapter 2022. I won't bet. There's no need for us to harm each other. The Venerable of Impartation smiled. "I'll say it again. I'm just stating the facts. Pass on your strength. Let's bet. I remember you got a bottle of immemorial dragon chi from outside. This immemorial dragon chi is very beneficial for rebirth realm warriors. Let's bet with that." The Venerable of Impartation wasn't willing to bet, but Xian Ming's words were clearly in order. The Venerable of Impartation had no choice but to bet. "Forget it. Since Sect Master has said so, I'll bet." The Venerable of Impartation sighed and looked at the battle. At this moment, in the air, Ling Xiao and Song Mofeng were constantly exchanging blows. Their collisions caused continuous explosions of energy. Song Mofeng's Emperor Sword became even sharper and fiercer. Terrifying power. Every move was enough to trigger a phenomenon. On the battlefield, there was actually a storm. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's expression was calm as he used his movement technique to constantly swim through the gaps between the densely packed sword chi like a free fish. On the surface, Ling Xiao was indeed being suppressed. He had no room to fight back. He could only dodge and escape. But in reality, Song Mofeng's terrifying attacks would definitely consume a lot of his energy. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao would be able to take advantage of Song Mofeng's exhaustion to turn the tables. But after a long time, Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong. Song Mofeng's yin yang yuan qi didn't show any signs of weakening. After such a long time, it seemed impossible. Ling Xiao frowned. He could confirm that Song Mofeng didn't just have the vermilion bird pearl. His body had been artificially modified to communicate with heaven and earth. He had become a machine that constantly transformed the world's spirit energy. As long as the world's spirit energy didn't dry up, Song Mofeng's internal energy wouldn't dry up. One had to know that the world's spirit energy in the extreme thundergrounds was much denser than the outside world. If it really dried up, it would take tens of thousands of years. But Ling Xiao couldn't possibly last that long. From the looks of it, he was definitely going to lose this battle. Song Mofeng had long been in an undefeatable position. Ha ha, Ling Xiao, do you understand now? There's no way you can win. The Emperor's sword represents the Emperor's descent. This world belongs to me, Song Mofeng. You want to fight with me? That's like fighting with heaven and earth. Can you win? Although martial artists keep on saying that they want to go against heaven, can you really go against heaven's will? Song Mofeng appeared very pleased with himself. Although he was surprised by Ling Xiao's battle prowess, and the fact that Ling Xiao was able to hold out against him for such a long time, he was still able to do so. However, he was still certain that defeating Ling Xiao was only a matter of time, and it definitely wouldn't take too long. Song Mofeng's figure flashed, and the entire void was filled with his afterimages. Terrifying sword qi came from all directions towards Ling Xiao. It was like lava after a volcanic eruption, constantly pouncing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had to maintain 120% vigilance. Otherwise, once he was bitten by the sword qi, it would be disastrous. You want to control heaven and earth? Today, I'll show you what the real heaven and earth is. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He even put away the sword in his hand. A vast righteous qi of heaven and earth burst out from his body. It was even more brilliant and terrifying than Phoenix Shadow's righteous qi. At this moment, two figures appeared behind Ling Xiao. One was the Emperor Sky, the other was the Earth Empress. The Emperor Sky Empress is the true controller of this space. You, the Emperor, also have to listen to them. What a terrifying punch! The entire world seemed to have suddenly quieted down. All the sword qi instantly shattered with a loud bang. Then, Ling Xiao wrapped the power of the Emperor Sky Empress and controlled heaven and earth, directly cutting off the source of Song Mofeng's internal energy. At this moment, Song Mofeng finally revealed a look of panic. The Emperor's sword had instantly consumed all of his yin-yang and reincarnation elemental energy. He didn't dare to continue using it, and could only give up on the Emperor's sword. However, Song Mofeng had been cultivating the Emperor's sword all this time. If he didn't use it now, he could only use low-level martial arts to fight Ling Xiao. How could he possibly fight back against the Emperor Sky Empress? Emperor Sky Power! Tempest Fist! Ling Xiao roared as he punched out with both fists. The only thing left in the air were the afterimages of his fists. Song Mofeng's scattered afterimages were shattered one by one, and the situation was reversed in an instant. All of this was because Ling Xiao had used the power of the Emperor Sky Empress to control heaven and earth and cut off the source of Song Mofeng's internal energy. Without an endless supply of internal energy, Song Mofeng, a tenery life-sizer, was forced to use a high-grade jade-ranked martial art. That was pure self-harm. Bam 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 bam. One afterimage after another was destroyed, leaving behind only Song Mofeng's battered and exhausted body. Song Mofeng's face was pale and bloodless. He had never imagined that Ling Xiao would have such a terrifying ability. Furthermore, he hadn't even used it on the White Tiger Meets battle arena. This terrifying power was so miraculous that, in the face of it, his Emperor Sky Empress's sword and Emperor Sky Empress were completely powerless. Die! Ling Xiao had said that if Song Mofeng wanted to kill him, he would kill him. Now that he had forced Song Mofeng to reveal his true self, this was his chance. Emperor Sky Power! Heaven-raising great sword! An enormous sword of heaven and earth appeared in Ling Xiao's hands, formed from the power of the Emperor Sky Empress, and infused with the elemental essence of heaven and earth. It was incomparably ferocious. The terrifying giant sword pressed down. Song Mofeng wanted to flee, but it was as if he were being sucked in by the sword energy. He couldn't even move an inch, and instead, was being pulled toward the great sword. This was the first time such a terrified and fearful expression had appeared on his face. In the past, when he wasn't facing Ling Xiao, he had only ever looked like this in front of His Highness. But now, it was happening again. He didn't want to die. "Your Highness, save me!" he screamed with all his might, hoping that His Highness, whom he worshipped, could save his life so that he wouldn't die in Ling Xiao's hands. "No one can save you! Even if His Highness comes personally, I'll kill you!" Whoosh! The sword energy whistled through the air. Song Mofeng's eyes were fixed on the huge blade, filled with despair and fear. Lin Yuan, who was standing at the side, was equally terrified. He could not understand how Ling Xiao could possess such terrifying strength. He was just being suppressed by senior brother Song, so how did the tables turn in an instant? Of course, he didn't understand that Ling Xiao's initial escape was because he didn't want to expose the power of the Emperor Sky Empress. After discovering that Song Mofeng's body had been modified, he knew that he had to use the power of the Emperor Sky Empress. That was why he acted decisively. Trump cards were to be used at crucial moments. If they weren't used, then there was no point. Using it could bring unexpected gains, and that was good. Chapter 2023. "Run, Senior Brother Song!" Lin Yuan shouted as he turned around and ran towards the Black Tortoise Temple. He knew that even if the people from the Black Tortoise Temple came to save them, it would take some time. During this time, Ling Xiao would have enough time to kill them. Therefore, they had to stall for time and save their lives first. Song Mofeng also wanted to escape, but his body couldn't move at all. In this world, he had long been imprisoned. "Song Mofeng, your life, I'll take it." Ling Xiao looked at Song Mofeng coldly without the slightest bit of sympathy. Since the other party wanted to kill him, why should he sympathize? To him, Song Mofeng was now his mortal enemy. The power of this earth-shattering sword had increased to a terrifying degree. No one could stop it, even the old guys from the Black Tortoise Temple were shocked. Song Mofeng's body was finally split into two by this terrifying sword chi, blood splattering everywhere. His blood-stained body was thrown to the ground, forming two bloody arcs. "This Ling Xiao, what a fast sword! What an arrogant person!" In the Black Tortoise Temple, the venerable technique imparter couldn't help but mutter to himself. From the beginning to the end, he felt that the Black Tortoise Temple's treatment of Ling Xiao was too much. If Xian Feng didn't kidnap Cold Plum, if Xian Ming didn't lower his status, if the venerable magic cube didn't deprive Ling Xiao of his trial opportunity, even if they couldn't subdue Ling Xiao in the end, they wouldn't be like fire and water. But now, everything was too late. The Black Tortoise Temple, no, the entire Linglong Palace had offended a terrifying potential opponent. Sooner or later, the Linglong Palace would pay a heavy price for what they had done this time. He sighed. In the end, he was also a member of the Linglong Palace. He was truly worried about the Linglong Palace's future. After killing Song Mofeng, Ling Zhao's figure flashed, dashing towards Song Mofeng's corpse. Not only did he want to kill Song Mofeng, he also wanted to obtain the vermilion bird pearl in Song Mofeng's body. Impudent! At this time, thunder rumbled in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A terrifying voice came from the vermilion bird pearl. Cold, powerful, and domineering. It was as if he was a high and mighty god who didn't care about anything in the world. He was invincible, cold, and supercilious. "Your Highness! His Highness is here! I didn't hear wrongly!" That was His Highness' voice. The Black Warrior Temple disciples that came with Song Mofeng were frightened by the horrifying scene in front of them, unable to believe their eyes for a long time. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would kill them all. However, at this moment, Her Highness's voice came from the boundless horizon. It came from the vermilion bird pearl. It seemed to be everywhere. They couldn't help but feel excited, and almost all of them revealed ecstatic expressions. His Highness was also a mysterious figure in the Black Tortoise Temple. Almost no one had seen him before. But almost everyone had heard of him, and heard his voice. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're dead meat. With His Highness here, let's see who can save you. Lin Yuan laughed maniacally. He knew that as long as His Highness was here, his life would be saved. Boom! Ling Xiao's hand, which was reaching for the vermilion bird pearl, was knocked away. His entire body was sent flying. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be on high alert. His opponent hadn't even arrived yet. Just the energy attached to the vermilion bird pearl was enough to send him flying. This kind of terrifying strength was not something he could contend against. Ling Xiao steadied himself in the air and instantly entered the God of Slaughter's physique. The blood-red battle armor made his murderous aura even more ferocious. The blood-red cloak and the white holy sword, white blade, gave him a sense of security and stability. He knew that he was no match for His Highness, but he wasn't someone who would admit defeat easily. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to stop me from taking the vermilion bird pearl before you arrive. Ling Xiao made up his mind. His body flashed again, and his speed rose to the maximum. In an instant, he grabbed the vermilion bird pearl in his hand and swallowed it. He could feel the power of the vermilion bird pearl beginning to spread in his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. When there was time, he would slowly absorb and transform it. He believed that with this vermilion bird pearl, his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Boom! A terrifying power formed between heaven and earth once again. Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed on the void where the power was condensing. A hole was torn open there, and terrifying elemental energy leaked out from it. A tall figure slowly stepped out from it. Divine eyes like lightning. Domineering and majestic. He was like a god, like the son of heaven and earth, coming to teach the mortal world. This mysterious His Highness had finally arrived. His Highness stepped out from the chaotic elements, and an ancient and ferocious aura was emitted. It was as if no one else in this world could compare to him. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. Thump, 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 thump. The warriors present couldn't help but feel their hearts beating faster. Including Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt the excitement from every cell in his body. The person who came was really a big shot. He wanted to see how powerful this big shot was to make so many people worship him. Buzz! His voice, which was as loud as a bell, rushed straight to Ling Xiao. This was clearly His Highness trying to intimidate him. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body retreated continuously, and the blood-red armor on his body almost couldn't be maintained. However, his will was not to be humiliated. In the end, he stood still. The blood-red cape fluttered in the wind, and the white blade's sacred sword in his hand released a shocking sword aura. The sword intent rushed to the sky, resisting His Highness's pressure. His Highness finally walked out from the void. He looked like a man in his early 30s. However, the aura exuding from his body was extraordinary, akin to a heavenly god, standing tall in the void, causing the Black Tortoise Temple's disciples to cheer. It was as if he alone could hold up the heavens, crush the earth, and make countless people prostrate themselves before him. The disciples of the Black Tortoise Temple had already knelt on the ground. This scene hadn't happened even when Xian Ming had appeared. His Highness wanted to make Ling Xiao kneel the most. However, although Ling Xiao was small, his terrifying sword intent wasn't weak at all. He stood there like a sword, completely unafraid of His Highness's majesty. It was impossible for His Highness to use this to make him admit defeat, unless he defeated him personally. However, Ling Xiao had to admit that the gap between him and His Highness was too big. This person was too strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Xian Ming, his aura was more terrifying than Xian Ming's. He must have some special martial soul that made him unparalleled like a god. Damn it, if I advance to the rebirth state, I might be able to fight this person. However, I can only hold on for now. Ling Xiao wasn't willing to retreat. After all, he had already planned an escape route. He was only staying here to see how powerful His Highness was. Under this huge pressure, his potential would erupt to a greater extent, and his strength would increase even faster. Chapter 2024. His Highness floated in the air and looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable coldness and disdain. His voice resounded through the sky. "Bastard, who gave you the guts to kill my people? How dare you steal my vermilion bird pearl?" His voice carried a powerful pressure that blasted towards Ling Xiao, as if to force Ling Xiao to submit. "Even a king of sovereigns couldn't make me submit. The Imperial Heaven Empress is my shield, and the heavenly demon Golden Crow is under my control. Who do you think you are to question me like this?" Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and roared. The phantoms of the heavenly demon, the Golden Crow, the Killing God, the ancient Hell Dragon, the ancient Nature Dragon, and the ancient Five Elements Dragon appeared behind him. They all condensed into the white blade of the Holy Sword, and a soaring sword intent pierced the void. He wasn't just defending, he was resisting. His strength might not be as strong as His Highness, but his willpower might not lose. Rumble! A terrifying collision exploded in the sky, and His Highness's pressure was directly shattered. Ling Xiao straightened his body and looked coldly at His Highness, who was several times stronger than him, neither servile nor overbearing. "Song Mofeng fought with me, and we agreed to fight to the death. I killed him and took his vermilion bird pearl. What's wrong with that? You're a top figure, but you're such a stupid idiot. Do you need me to answer such a question?" Ling Xiao's voice resounded between heaven and earth, and everyone heard him clearly. Lin Yuan turned pale with fright. "Is this guy crazy? He's so bold in front of His Highness, daring to speak with such an attitude? He dares to call His Highness a stupid idiot? Crazy! He's really crazy!" Not to mention him, even the venerables of Black Tortoise Temple were shocked. What was His Highness? He was in existence second only to the Dark Mystic Sect Master. Even the venerables of the 13 Palaces and Rebirth Realm cultivators had to treat him with respect, not daring to speak loudly. Ling Xiao actually dared to insult His Highness. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Was this the so-called newborn calf that was not afraid of the tiger? Within the 9 Heavens Palace, the 9 Heavens Dream and 9 Heavens Do had already stood up. They were prepared to rescue Ling Xiao at any moment, and to prevent His Highness from killing Ling Xiao. In this situation, it was clear that His Highness would not be reasonable. Since he had appeared, he would not let Ling Xiao live. If the people on his side didn't make a move, Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. There was no hope of survival. His Highness couldn't help but be stunned. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Ever since he joined the Black Tortoise Temple, he was above everyone else. On the White Tiger continent, he was the king, the emperor, and the god. No matter who it was, no one dared to defy him. However, not only did this person dare to disobey him, he even dared to scold him. Ants really don't know how precious their lives are. He sneered and didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. His terrifying majesty attacked again, covering the sky and the earth. His voice reverberated between heaven and earth like a clap of thunder. "Good! Very good! White Tiger meets number 1, you indeed have outstanding talent. Under my powerful aura, you're actually still able to stand tall and not fall. Truly astonishing. Looks like there seems to be quite a few secrets in your body. But just based on these, do you have the right to talk about rules with me? In the White Tiger continent, I'm the rules. Looking around the world, no one dares to disobey. If I say that you've committed a capital offense, you've committed a capital offense. Are you unconvinced? What a joke, do you really think that you're something? On the White Tiger continent there are still the 4 great empires' sovereigns, as well as the Orthodox sect master. Even your Black Tortoise Temple sect master merely gives you some face. Why would they listen to your orders? There's another name, you should have heard of it before, right? Back then, you were defeated at his hands. But he's working under me now. His name is the Wine Demon's Sword. General of a defeated army, What right do you have to say that you're the White Tiger Continent's ruler? Simply have no sense of shame. Ling Xiao felt that this person was simply hilarious and arrogant to the point of boundless. Perhaps this person was indeed very strong, and his influence was also indeed very great. But to say that he was awe-inspiring and could suppress the White Tiger Continent, that was still too much. Other things aside, Zhou Tianming and Zhou Tiandu would not let him mess around. That orthodox sex Taoist Mei would not be weaker than him. Well said. In Jiutian Palace, Zhou Tianming nodded. Although their Jiutian Palace had declined, they still had experts. A mere genius disciple of the Black Tortoise Temple actually dared to speak so arrogantly. She wanted to go out and ruthlessly beat this guy up now. Have no sense of shame? His Highness had obviously become incomparably furious. His gaze was as terrifying and sharp as a sword blade, as if he wanted to directly pierce through Ling Xiao's body. Even though Ling Xiao's body was protected by layers of layers, he could still feel the piercing pain. Ling Xiao had a feeling that if he did not have the Sky Tyrant martial spirit protecting him, he would have been killed by the terrifying pressure of this Highness. This guy was really too strong. It was not completely unreasonable for him to dare to speak such arrogant and conceited words. You dare to speak to this Highness like this? Have you ever thought of the consequences? His Highness coldly said. I heard that you are the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. If you die, I will definitely destroy your empire and kill all your family and friends. So you better think clearly. Today, obediently hand over Xianfeng, then cripple your own martial arts and break your meridians. I can give you a chance. His cold voice continued. As long as you do this, I won't touch your people. But if you're not willing, then I'll definitely make you suffer in the abyss of hell. All of your family and friends will have to endure great pain after that. You will be tortured in that filthy and terrifying hell. He was like a high and mighty emperor, pronouncing the life and death of lowly people. He even wanted to implicate 10 clans and exterminate a country. Asking Ling Xiao to cripple his own martial arts, this was simply laughable. Ling Xiao started from the age of 15 to the age of 17. Although the time was not long, he had experienced too much during this period. Now that he had cultivated to his current realm with great difficulty, asking him to cripple his own martial arts was equivalent to asking him to die. Don't forget, he had a lot of enemies. Once he could not fight, then he would definitely fall into the vortex of revenge. Unable to protect himself, his family and friends would also be unlucky. This kind of request was completely unreasonable. Just because Ling Xiao killed Song Mofeng and snatched the vermilion bird pearl, this Highness clearly wanted to use him to establish his might and let the world see. What kind of consequences would it be to offend His Highness? Your words are really full of jokes. Do you really think that you are the master of this world? Don't forget, this is the extreme lightning place. You want to kill me? You still have to ask if the human king agrees or not. Ling Xiao still did not escape. He had a complete plan. In this extreme lightning place, he was an invincible existence. No one could be his opponent. Chapter 2025. From the day Ling Xiao arrived here, he had been studying the myriad lightning immortals slaying array. Later, he obtained the memories of the 9 Heavens Palace's old palace lord and knew the myriad lightning extreme land like the back of his hand. He knew even more than Zhou Tianming. Zhou Tianming inherited the 9 Heavens Palace's palace lord position, but because he was in a hurry, he didn't obtain many secrets about the myriad lightning extreme land. However, Ling Xiao had obtained them. Not only that, but the remaining 2 strands of the human king's power in his body made him compatible with the myriad lightning extreme land. The myriad lightning extreme land seemed to have become his own domain. A domain that couldn't be taken away, but in here, he was invincible. Unless someone was stronger than a human king, as long as they entered the myriad lightning extreme land, they could forget about being his match. This Black Tortoise Temple's Highness foolishly came here to oppose him. He was simply asking for trouble. How could he back down? Since the other party wanted to kill him, he would let the other party feel endless fear and make him lose face. Fine, since you don't want to cripple your own martial arts, I'll kill you, then your family and friends. His Highness's face became even gloomier, and a terrifying aura erupted. He didn't attack, only glancing at Ling Xiao. Strange fluctuations suddenly appeared in the air. Ling Xiao felt as if his body was about to be crushed. He couldn't resist at all. This was the comparison of the two's true strength. However, Ling Xiao didn't just have true strength. There were many factors that could determine the outcome of a battle. The Sky Tyrant martial soul had been released and merged into the Myriad Lightning Extreme Land. At this moment, the Myriad Lightning Extreme Land belonged to Ling Xiao. Black wind howls, thousands of demons rebel. You call yourself His Highness, but in reality, you're just a short-sighted and laughable guy. You're afraid that I'll surpass you, so you want to kill me. But how can I do as you wish? Following Ling Xiao's voice, the Myriad Lightning Extreme Land's black wind howled. The black wind in the Black Wind Canyon whistled. Even His Highness could feel his strength constantly decreasing, as if he was being eroded. Then, countless demonic shadows flew out, attacking His Highness and those from the Black Tortoise Temple. What? His Highness clearly did not expect that Ling Xiao could actually use the power of the Extreme Lightning Ground. Not to mention him, even the people from Nine Heavens Palace and Black Tortoise Divine Hall hadn't expected this. I'll let you off today. If you have the ability, then don't ever step out of this place. His Highness snorted coldly, turned around, and fled in panic. This guy could be considered a smart person. Once he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately left. Ha ha ha, didn't you want me to cripple my martial arts? What a joke. You made yourself sound so domineering and invincible, but in the end, you can only flee in panic. Ling Xiao laughed heartily as he watched His Highness escape. Ling Xiao, don't be complacent. If you have the ability, don't come out. This Highness will go to the Dragon Phoenix continent right now and destroy your heavenly empire. I'll see if you come out or not. His Highness was obviously infuriated by Ling Xiao. In order to regain his lost face and dignity, he had to do something. That is to destroy the Celestial Empire and re-establish his own prestige. All right, go ahead. If you can come back alive, it'll be my loss. Ling Xiao mocked. The Liquor Demon's sword is waiting for you there. 10 years ago, you weren't his match. 10 years later, you still aren't his match. Of course, he knew that the Liquor Demon's sword was not in the Celestial Empire, but had gone to the Black Tortoise continent with Hongqi. But saying these words now could delay for a period of time, making His Highness not dare to easily head to the Dragon Phoenix continent. This was the vitality of the Celestial Empire, and also his, Ling Xiao's, opportunity. During this period of time, he had to increase his strength as much as possible to deal with the upcoming trouble. Ling Xiao returned to the Nine Heavens Palace, but he had a new goal in his heart. His Highness must be eliminated. This guy's threat was too great. He wanted to destroy his celestial empire at the drop of a hat. He was even more unreasonable than Xian Ming. On the other side, after His Highness escaped, because he was afraid of the existence of the Liquor Demon's sword, he did not directly head to the Dragon Phoenix continent. Instead, he sent people to investigate. In the end, he was still afraid of the Liquor Demon's sword. 10 years ago, the Liquor Demon's sword nearly killed him with a sword. Although he was incomparably domineering now, the Liquor Demon's sword had become his heart demon. Unless he could kill the Liquor Demon's sword, otherwise, there would always be obstacles on his path of martial arts. Those vassals of His Highness were all furious. They hated Ling Xiao to the bone. His Highness was so awe-inspiring, so domineering and invincible. But when he encountered that Ling Xiao, he actually fled back to the Black Tortoise Divine Palace in a panic. Although this was a special situation, Ling Xiao probably made use of the power of the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground. But even so, escaping was escaping. This matter absolutely could not be known to outsiders. Of course, they would not say it. Therefore, to seal it, they could only kill Ling Xiao and destroy the Nine Heavens Palace. That Ling Xiao is really repulsive. He actually refused to obey His Highness's discipline. We must think of a way to kill him to prevent this matter from spreading and damaging His Highness's dignity. That fellow only has such strength because he hides in the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground. Once he leaves the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground, His Highness can crush him with a single finger. I heard that the mysterious underworld sect master has bestowed His Highness the prize for the white tiger meat. At first, I thought that Ling Xiao was a little pitiful. But now, it seems like he really deserves it. Actually, according to common sense, even if Ling Xiao had not joined the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, the prize for the first place should have been given to him. However, the Black Tortoise Divine Palace was used to doing shameless and despicable things. They had actually bestowed the prize for the first place to His Highness. One had to know that this prize was a treasure jointly created by the White Tiger Continent's 5 major factions and the Black Tortoise Divine Palace. The Black Tortoise Divine Palace had privately bestowed the prize without the consent of the 5 major factions. The 5 major factions had not dared to object. It could be seen that both the mysterious underworld sect and His Highness were extremely arrogant and overbearing. They did not put the 5 major factions in their eyes at all. That Ling Xiao is definitely courting death. His talent is not bad. If he was willing to pledge allegiance to His Highness and join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, he would still have a chance to grow. But now that he has offended His Highness, he is finished. Ha ha ha, he will come out sooner or later. I don't believe that he will allow the Heavenly Dynasty Empire to be destroyed by His Highness. That brat definitely won't live for more than a year. What year? He won't be able to live for even a month. Our people have already gone to the Dragon Phoenix continent to investigate, and will soon send back news. At that time, His Highness will definitely personally go to the Dragon Phoenix continent. How can that Ling Xiao not come out? Once he comes out, he will definitely die. In the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, the cultivators were discussing animatedly. Most of them were talking about how Ling Xiao would die and when he would die. Ling Xiao? He actually dared to humiliate His Highness and kill my good friend Song Mofeng. Qin Yu, will definitely not let you off. Somewhere in the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, one of the Divine Palace's 3 geniuses, Qin Yu, coldly looked in the direction of the Myriad Thunder Extreme Place. Chapter 2026. From Qin Yu's point of view. Although he was surprised that Ling Xiao could use the power of the Absolute Thunderbolt Extreme Ground. But it didn't matter. If the 13 Venerables worked together, they could cut off Ling Xiao's connection with the Absolute Thunderbolt Extreme Ground. Killing Ling Xiao would still be easy. But there was no need for His Highness to do it. He could just do it for him. He touched the ring on his right thumb. This was the reward for the champion of the White Tiger meat, an immortal grade treasure. And it was a special treasure. After His Highness obtained it, he didn't use it for himself. Instead, he gave it to him. He knew that this treasure wasn't of much use to His Highness. But to him, it was a top-grade treasure. This ring could continuously absorb the reincarnation yuan qi from heaven and earth. It poured into his body, making his internal energy stronger. This was the reincarnation yuan qi. When any warrior cultivated, it was impossible to convert all the energy they cultivated into cultivation. A part of it would be wasted. And most people would waste at least 40% of this energy. The energy scattered between heaven and earth like a wandering soul without a master. However, with this thumb ring, he would be able to absorb the reincarnation origin energy that was wasted by others. This was something that even a rebirth realm warrior couldn't do. Ling Xiao, this guy, actually wanted to get such a good thing. Fortunately, His Highness took it and gave it to me. With it, I can quickly advance to the rebirth realm. In order to repay His Highness' kindness, I naturally have to take your head as a thank you gift. With a cold laugh, he turned and left. On the other side, Ling Xiao had already met with Jiao Tianming. There were some things that he needed to discuss with Jiao Tianming. Ling Xiao, now that you've offended His Highness, I'm afraid it's not good for you to leave the Absolute Thunderbolt Extreme Ground. Why don't you just stay here and cultivate? With your talent, you'll be able to advance to the rebirth realm soon. Wouldn't it be better to find trouble with that guy then? Jiu Tianming said to Ling Xiao. No, if His Highness can't vent his anger on me, then sooner or later he'll make a move on the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. My plan has to be brought forward. First, I have to drive all the people of the Black Tortoise Divine Palace out of the Myriad Lightning Extreme Place. This way, His Highness will be too busy to look for trouble with my Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Ling Xiao shook his head. But are you confident? Just now, I saw that you could actually use the power of the extreme land of Myriad Thunders. What's going on? Jiu Tianming was also very shocked. Even now, he still didn't know the answer. Please forgive me for not being able to answer this question for now. Although I trust you very much, I hope you can understand that everyone has their own secrets. Ling Xiao could not possibly reveal the secret of his tyrant martial spirit, because he could not guarantee that Jiu Tianming would still be so friendly towards him after hearing about it. After all, the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was too tempting. Alright, let me tell you something else. Jiu Tianming smiled and didn't probe further. In fact, she also had some secrets that she didn't say. This was normal. After all, the two of them had not reached a level where they could completely open their hearts to each other. What's the matter? Ling Xiao asked curiously. You should know that one of the rewards for the first place of the White Tiger meet is a Yuanli thumb ring. This Yuanli thumb ring can absorb the unowned reincarnation Yuanli between heaven and earth, thus helping martial artists to cultivate faster and reach the rebirth realm as soon as possible. In addition, the Yuanli thumb ring has a special effect. That is, it can instantly condense the reincarnation Yuanli between heaven and earth, forming a powerful defensive space. Even if a rebirth realm martial artist wants to kill the owner of the thumb ring, it will be very difficult. And this thumb ring has been given to me by His Highness. Jiu Tianming looked at Ling Xiao and said, What belongs to me will be mine sooner or later. Ling Xiao smiled. He was already used to the Black Tortoise Temple's shamelessness. Since the other party had done this, he could only use a forceful method to take back the Yuanli thumb ring. With the Yuanli thumb ring, at least he wouldn't have to hide in the extreme land of Myriad Thunders. I'm not talking about this. Jiu Tianming shook his head and said, You should know that the Yuanli thumb ring was found by Xian Ning in the extreme land of Myriad Thunders. In the extreme land of Myriad Thunders, other than the Black Wind Canyon and the graveyard of Myriad Demons, there are dozens of secret realms, some of which even the Black Tortoise Temple can't enter. But I see that you can draw the power of the extreme land of Myriad Thunders. Maybe you can do it. Palace Master, if you have something to say, please say it. Ling Xiao said. Okay, then I won't beat around the bush. Let me tell you, in the extreme land of Myriad Thunders, there are many secret realms that can't compare to a place called the Skyscraper Furnace. There is an immemorial heavenly demon suppressed in the Skyscraper Furnace. It's not the immemorial heavenly demon battle intent on your body, but a real immemorial heavenly demon. The immemorial heavenly demon was severely injured by the human king in the past, and its cultivation was greatly reduced. I think that you can rely on the power of the extreme land of Myriad Thunders to kill it, and then obtain the treasure in the Skyscraper Furnace. As long as you obtain that treasure, you will have more control over the extreme land of Myriad Thunders. Moreover, there are unexpected benefits. Jiu Tianming's words made Ling Xiao frown. Obviously, the Skyscraper Furnace was very dangerous. Even if the immemorial heavenly demon's strength was greatly reduced, even if it was only at the reincarnation realm, it was still not something that Ling Xiao could deal with. This is just a suggestion. The immemorial heavenly demon is indeed powerful. Its current strength is more terrifying than the combined strength of Xian Ning and me. Originally, I didn't want to tell you, but after seeing your battle with His Highness, I came up with this idea. Perhaps you can use the extreme land of Myriad Thunders to fight with that guy. Jiu Tianming explained. Ling Xiao nodded. This was indeed an opportunity. If he went, it might be dangerous, but he was almost invincible in the extreme land of Myriad Thunders. Unless his opponent could also use the power of the extreme land of Myriad Thunders, but that possibility was very low. After all, he was the only one who had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and the Human King's power. I'll go and have a look. Ling Xiao nodded. This is a map. Go back and study it carefully. If you feel that it's too dangerous, then forget about it. Zhou Tianming gave a piece of memory metal to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao received it, a three-dimensional map immediately appeared in his mind. It clearly marked the location of the skyscraper furnace. It's been more than 100,000 years. No one has ever entered the skyscraper furnace. Therefore, no one can be sure of the situation inside. I'm just making a prediction. Perhaps you'll be lucky and meet the immemorial heavenly demon who is on the verge of death. Or perhaps you'll be unlucky and meet the immemorial heavenly demon who has recovered his full strength. In short, there are all kinds of possibilities. I need to tell you everything. You decide for yourself. Chapter 2027. I'll think about it. Ling Xiao needed to consider. Although he was a person who did not fear danger, he was definitely not a reckless person. Before he did anything, he would always make careful preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong. This time, his plan was the same. First, he needed to get stronger, and then investigate the skyscraper furnace. Then, he would decide whether or not to take the risk. During the 3 days that passed, Ling Xiao remained in the Nine Heaven Palace, absorbing the vermilion bird pearl he had acquired from Song Mofeng and pushing his cultivation base to the 8th level of life seizing. Although it was only a single level of advancement, it only took 3 days, which was faster than most people. Most importantly, after absorbing the vermilion bird pearl, his mastery of the profound truths of light had also improved. Even the 9 transformations of the Crimson Sun had reached a new level. After that, he spent a day to figure out the situation around the skyscraper furnace. Using his Taiji eye, he was able to get a good idea of what was inside. Although he might not be able to get the treasures inside, he should be able to escape. One day, he told Nine Heaven Dream that he was heading to the skyscraper furnace. However, just before he was about to leave, Qin Yu showed up. Qin Yu hadn't come to the arid lands of myriad lightnings to fight, but to trade for Xianfeng. Ling Xiao thought about it for a moment. Xianfeng was like a chicken rib to him. He was sure that Xianming would care about Xianfeng, but His Majesty definitely wouldn't. Keeping Xianfeng alive wouldn't be a good idea. Of course, whatever Qin Yu brought would have to satisfy him. Ling Xiao, profound-grade medicinal pills, spirit items, high-grade jade-ranked martial arts. Just let young Master Xianfeng go. From the look of it, Qin Yu was being sincere. His offer was very generous. As long as you're sincere, that's good. How about this? I don't need medicinal pills, and high-grade jade-ranked martial arts are useless to me. Why don't you give me that vital energy ring? Ling Xiao said, smiling. Don't push it. His Majesty gave it to me. How could I possibly give it to you? Qin Yu's expression was ferocious. He really wanted to slap this greedy fellow to death. However, this time, he was under the orders of the sect master of the profound underworld sect to ensure Xianfeng's safety. Hence, he did not get angry. However, it was impossible for him to give up the elemental energy thumb ring. Let's do something else. I can't give you this yuan energy thumb ring. Qin Yu shook his head, his attitude firm. Fine, you can take out something comparable to the elemental energy thumb ring. I'm a very easy person to talk to, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, but it disappeared in an instant. He smiled and said, It just so happens that I do have such an item. I'm just afraid that you won't dare to take it. What is it? Ling Xiao asked. This is a ring called the Black Sky Demonic Ring. Its grade is even better than my Origin Energy Thumb Ring. You definitely won't lose out. Qin Yu smiled. Black Sky Demonic Ring? Are you that kind? Ling Xiao furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't believe that Qin Yu would give him something better than an Origin Energy Ring. I'm not that kind. This Black Sky Demonic Ring is a bit special. Although it's not bad, it has a strong demonic energy and terrifying dark energy. Rumor has it that an immemorial heavenly demon brought it from outside the mystic world. Once it's worn, it's possible to be devoured by the dark energy. Even a rebirth realm martial artist can't refine it. To us, it's of little value. If you really want it, I can give it to you. In addition, I'll give you some precious alchemy materials. How about it? Do you think we're stupid? Why would we want something like that? To use it as a sacrifice? Nine Heavens Du, who was secretly protecting Ling Xiao, couldn't help but jump out and scold Qin Yu. Haha, I didn't say that you have to take it. It's just that he wants a treasure similar to the Origin Energy Thumb Ring. This Black Sky Demonic Ring is even better than the Origin Energy Thumb Ring. Its grade might already be an Emperor artifact and has long surpassed the category of spirit artifacts. It's just that it's hard to control. To be honest, it's up to you whether you want it or not. If you keep it, it still has some research value. Qin Yu chuckled, not minding. In truth, he had already calculated Ling Xiao's temperament. When he brought the Black Sky Demonic Ring out, he was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't want it. But after the profound underworld sect master's guidance, he understood. Ling Xiao was far too conceited and egotistical. The more difficult something was to control, the more he liked it. Even if this Black Sky Demonic Ring was of little value, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't refuse it. All right, then we'll do as you say. Hand over the goods and hand over the person. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded out. Qin Yu was secretly delighted. This Ling Xiao was truly conceited. Something that was clearly impossible to control would become completely useless once he brought it back. He couldn't use it at all, so what use did he have for it? Ling Xiao, you're crazy. This Black Sky Demonic Ring isn't just because the primordial heavenly demon once wore it, but also because it was tainted by the endless blood fiend energy on the primordial battlefield, becoming extremely filthy. Even the divine flame can't refine it. It's indeed very strong, but what use do you have for it? I know you cultivate the power of the heavenly demon, but you don't need this thing. If you're not careful, you might be devoured by it and become a true demon. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Nine Heavens Du panicked and hurriedly spoke out to dissuade him. He also thought that Ling Xiao wanted this thing because he was conceited and egotistical. Nine Heavens Du, aren't you being too nosy? Ling Xiao already said that we can exchange it, and you're actually stopping him? Qin Yu sneered and said. You might be right, but this Black Sky Demonic Ring is also a primordial treasure. It contains an extremely terrifying energy. It's impossible for ordinary people to obtain it. The Black Tortoise Sacred Hall accidentally entered the skyscraper furnace and obtained this ring. Ah, right, I heard that you were preparing to go to the skyscraper furnace recently. Unfortunately, Our Highness has already been there. And this Black Sky Demonic Ring was taken out by him from there. Surprise! It was really a double surprise. The first was because His Highness was so powerful that he actually came back alive from the skyscraper furnace. The second was because this Black Sky Demonic Ring actually came from the skyscraper furnace, which meant that this ring was closely related to the demonic creature in the skyscraper furnace. While Nine Heavens Du was dumbfounded, Ling Xiao and Qin Yu had already exchanged people and goods. Qin Yu seemed to be impatient to throw the Black Sky Demonic Ring to Ling Xiao, as if he didn't want to hold it in his hands for a moment. The moment Ling Xiao came into contact with the Black Sky Demonic Ring, he knew why. The Black Sky Demonic Ring was constantly releasing black demonic qi and dark energy that made one's heart flutter. Chapter 2028. Although there were layers of inscription seals on the Black Sky Demonic Ring, which contained a very pure righteous qi, it could not block all of the demonic qi. The person who sealed the Black Sky Demonic Ring should not be Xian Ming. Xian Ming did not have such pure righteous qi. This person must be an extremely strong existence. Even in the rebirth realm, he must be a supreme person. He could even be an even stronger existence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to seal the Black Sky Demonic Ring. Even though the seal had been formed, the demonic chi of the black sky demonic ring was constantly corroding and devouring the inscription seals. It was estimated that the Black Tortoise Temple had spent a lot of energy and resources to seal this thing. That was why they were so eager to give this thing away. Otherwise, it would be a loss if they spent a lot of money and did not get any benefits. Ling Xiao could feel that there seemed to be a ferocious devil living in the black sky demonic ring. The moment he touched the ring, it was as if there was a pair of terrifying giant eyes staring at him in the darkness, making him feel uneasy. What a strong demonic chi, what a terrifying power of darkness. This black sky demonic ring seems to have a life of its own. Could it be that there is a devil living in it? Ling Xiao thought in his heart, but Qin Yu had already sent Xian Feng into the transmission array. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you idiot! You should have listened to the nine heavens do! Suddenly, Qin Yu raised his head to the sky and laughed wildly. He said to Ling Xiao, "The black sky demonic ring has been stained with countless amounts of blood. It is an extremely evil ring. In the past 100,000 years, many people have worn it. Although their strength has increased sharply, they will die in a month at most. No one has ever avoided such a fate. Our Linglong Palace master spent a lot of energy and asked many of his friends to help him temporarily seal this thing. However, it is only a temporary seal. To be honest, we have already planned to throw this thing away. It is a pity to throw it away. I did not expect that you, an idiot, would be willing to exchange it for young Master Xian Feng. Ha ha. I really don't know if those people who say you're smart have water in their brains." At this point, an extremely cold smile appeared on his face. "Just you wait. Soon the seal will break. Once it breaks, the demonic chi and baleful blood chi inside will completely erupt. At that time, you have to be careful. Don't become a devil who doesn't recognize anyone. Otherwise, we won't have to kill your friends and family. You can take care of them yourself." Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just sneered and turned to leave. Seeing that Ling Xiao was so calm and collected, the Nine Heavens Du was puzzled. She didn't say anything and followed Ling Xiao into the Nine Heavens Palace. "Senior, is there a place in the Nine Heavens Palace that can conceal the aura of cultivation? I want to cultivate." Entering the Nine Heavens Palace, Ling Xiao asked the Nine Heavens Du impatiently. The Nine Heavens Du was confused. Ling Xiao smiled and explained. "That idiot Qin Yu, no, the entire Black Tortoise Temple is an idiot. Idiots who don't know what's good for them. Perhaps the black sky demonic ring is useless to others, but to me, it's completely different. I really didn't expect to get such a good thing before going to the skyscraper furnace. That Qin Yu really did a stupid thing for His Highness." "You mean, you can refine the demonic chi in the black sky demonic ring?" the Nine Heavens Du asked in surprise. "That's right." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. A tyrannical force entered the black sky demonic ring. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic chi erupted from within, dyeing the entire Nine Heavens Palace black. It scared the Nine Heavens Du so much that she rushed out, not knowing what was going on. The demonic chi of an immemorial heavenly demon was terrifying. Moreover, there was more than one immemorial heavenly demon in the black sky demonic ring. Each immemorial heavenly demon had the power to move mountains and seas, destroy cities and countries. The strongest among them could easily tear apart the world and even destroy the mystic world. If the human king wasn't strong enough, the mystic world would have been completely destroyed 100,000 years ago. The black sky demonic ring was condensed from the demonic chi of many demonic clans who killed without batting an eye. After more than 100,000 years of accumulation and integration, it had already gained its own consciousness and produced a powerful life source. This life source could also be called the evil seed or devil fetus. Just from the name, one would know that ordinary warriors couldn't control it, let alone borrow its power to cultivate. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao had the tyrannical martial spirit, which could suppress all evils. In the past, the human king relied on the mountain and river martial spirit to suppress the demonic clans. Ling Yao's tyrannical martial spirit originated from the mountain and river martial spirit, but it was more powerful than the mountain and river martial spirit. Even if he couldn't completely refine the demonic chi in the black sky demonic ring, he could definitely control it. After all, this was only demonic chi, and the devil fetus was only at the initial stage. It was different from the 7 heavenly demon kings sealed in Ling Xiao's forehead. Those 7 heavenly demon kings were real existences. Ling Xiao could even find the true essence of the shadow ultimacy from this black sky demonic ring, and raise the light shadow ultimacy to an even stronger level. Furthermore, it could strengthen his heavenly demon incarnation and heavenly demon purgatory. In short, there were many benefits. To him, this black sky demonic ring was a priceless treasure. After refining the demonic chi inside, the black sky demonic ring could be used as an immemorial priceless treasure. It could also be used as a treasure, and the benefits would be endless. Of course, the demonic chi sealed in this black sky demonic ring was simply too powerful. If he was careless, the seal would break, and the demonic chi inside could escape. At that time, the White Tiger continent would definitely fall into a calamity. Even the nearby Dragon Phoenix continent and Black Tortoise continent wouldn't be spared. Of course, the first to bear the brunt of it would be the 9 Heavens Palace. Other than Ling Xiao, who would be turned into a devil, everyone else would die. Therefore, Qin Yu definitely harbored evil intentions for giving this item to Ling Xiao. But it was a pity that he didn't know that he had actually helped Ling Xiao greatly. With such a black sky demonic ring, why would he still need an essence energy thumb ring? These 2 items weren't even on the same level. To Ling Xiao, the black sky demonic ring was simply way too precious. Ling Xiao, why are you so happy? Seeing Ling Xiao in the 9 Heavens dream, Jiu Tian couldn't help but ask when he saw Ling Xiao laughing heartily. Of course I'm happy. Someone wants to harm me, but he ended up helping me greatly. Alright, I don't think you guys will understand even if I explain. Palace Master, I need a quiet and safe place to refine this black sky demonic ring. Is there such a place in the 9 Heavens Palace? Ling Xiao knew that if he didn't let these people see for themselves, they wouldn't believe that this evil black sky demonic ring was a treasure. Of course there is. But are you sure you want to refine this black sky demonic ring? If you're careless, you'll die. Even if you don't die, you'll be turned into a devil. In the end, you won't even recognize your family, and will kill your friends and family. Chapter 2029. Jiu Tianming also knew how terrifying the black sky demonic ring was, because it was recorded in every historical record. That was why she advised Ling Xiao not to take the risk to refine the black sky demonic ring. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. As long as I refine the black sky demonic ring, not only will I obtain great benefits, everyone in 9 Heavens Palace will also benefit greatly. Ling Xiao smiled. I was originally worried about what to do if I met His Highness, but now it seems that I don't need to worry so much. The power of the black sky demonic ring is enough for me to reach the rebirth realm. Alright, since you are so confident, then follow me. 9 Heavens Palace has a place specially prepared for the Palace Lord to cultivate, and it is protected by a formation. Jiu Tianming trusted Ling Xiao a lot. After all, Ling Xiao had done so many unimaginable things, it was unreasonable to doubt him. Ling Xiao had collected the boundless demonic intent, which meant that he could control the black sky demonic ring that had yet to be unsealed. Jiu Tianming was even more reassured. She led him to a secret place in 9 Heavens Palace. The formation here was actually personally set up by 9 Heavens' mysterious queen in the past, and its power was much stronger than Ling Xiao's formation. But because a long time had passed, there were some problems. Ling Xiao spent 2 hours to perfectly repair the formation. For a time, lightning flashed above the formation. This was the Lesser Myriad Thunder Formation. The Lesser Myriad Thunder Formation could directly absorb the lightning energy of the Myriad Thunder Immortal Slaying Formation and use it to destroy heart demons. This was also the reason why the Palace Lords of 9 Heavens Palace would not be trapped by heart demons when they cultivated. Ling Xiao stepped into the lesser myriad thunder formation and ordered everyone in Nine Heavens Palace to prepare to cultivate. This was a rare opportunity, and whoever could grasp it would definitely have their cultivation soar by leaps and bounds. No matter what happens inside, don't panic. If you must escape, I will notify you in advance. What you need to do is to cultivate steadily, otherwise I won't be able to fully absorb this energy. It would be a pity to waste it. Ling Xiao warned everyone, and then stepped into the lesser myriad thunder formation without hesitation. He sat down cross-legged, and the terrifying universe of Tyrant formed around him. The lesser myriad thunder formation could block his aura and everyone's sight, so even if he activated his martial spirit, he did not need to worry about his secret being leaked. The black sky ring floated in the universe of Tyrant was. Ling Xiao stared at it, then took a deep breath and said, "Dark Sky Lord Ring, I will now open your seal and see just how evil you are. Let's see if my martial spirit can completely." The heavens demonic soul ring was soul immortal slaying ring immortal slaying ring. The seals. 4 Tian Meng, ring chi was chi demonic ring. Was it demonic demand demonic chi ring? What fell from the sky was the purest Nine Heavens divine thunder that Ling Xiao borrowed from the myriad thunderbolts immortal slaying formation through the lesser myriad thunderbolts formation. How could a few trifling sealing marks possibly stand up to it? A moment later, the sealing marks were gone. The seal disappeared, and a terrifying aura of righteousness surged out from the dark sky lord ring. That righteous energy had been given to Ling Xiao by Empress Dazzling and her friends, but now it was becoming nourishment for him. His Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth cells began to awaken and transform. They became green and golden cells, filled with the power of heaven and earth. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he had become the Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth. His feet touched the earth, and his head touched the heavens. In heaven and on earth, he was the only one. At the same time, his cultivation base was pushed all the way into the 9th stage of life seizing, 10th stage of life seizing, 11th stage of life seizing. He was at the peak of the 12th stage. That level of advancement was far more impressive than the vermilion bird jewel, and went to show how terrifying Empress Dazzling was. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation base had only reached this level after the sealing marks had been destroyed. Furthermore, he now had 2,000 Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth cells, and they were still growing. All of a sudden, a terrifying shriek erupted from within the black sky ring. A devil embryo! Ling Xiao could sense that as soon as the sealing marks were removed, the devil embryo within the black sky ring erupted with power. It was as if it had been suppressed for far too long, and was now bursting with power that was terrifying to the extreme. Ling Xiao could see with his own eyes that there was a fetus inside the black sky ring. The fetus had almost grown into the shape of a human. It was almost human, and was madly absorbing the devil energy and darkness power within the ring. Although he had guessed that something like this would happen, it was still shocking to see the devil energy and darkness power within the black sky ring giving birth to a living devil embryo. Of course, in ancient times, it wasn't strange for powerful experts to be reborn from a single drop of blood. There were even some terrifying entities who could be reborn from nothing more than a single cell. Furthermore, the black sky ring had been stained with the blood of countless wretched devils, and perhaps even human immortals. After more than 100,000 years, being nurtured by the devil energy and darkness power, it was normal for the ring to grow into a devil embryo. The birth of the devil embryo, the heavens and earth were destroyed, and all living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. The entire mystic world turned pitch black as if it was the end of the world. This scene even alarmed the powerful existences in the immortal court. However, Ling Xiao was prepared for this. The lesser myriad thunder formation borrowed the power of the myriad thunder immortal slaying formation to prevent the devil embryo's aura from being released. Those signs only lasted for a moment before disappearing. Therefore, even if it caused a commotion among countless people, it was still safe for Ling Xiao. The moment the terrifying devil embryo came into contact with the air, it was enveloped by the endless darkness power, forming a terrifying demon god. The devil embryo was the core of this demon god. A terrifying shriek came from the demon god's mouth, as if it wanted to suck Ling Xiao's soul away. "Submit to me, puny human! Become my body and my slave! You will receive supreme glory!" The devil embryo seemed to contain the fragmented memories of countless wretched devils, and was incredibly powerful. It even knew how to use devil will to subjugate a human. That terrifying devil will shot toward Ling Xiao. Since there was no way to get out of the lesser myriad thunder formation, it was only natural that Ling Xiao would be its next target. "You want me to submit?" Yang Qi said. "What a joke! In this universe of tyrants, you're my servant!" Of course, Ling Xiao had been prepared for this. In the outside world, he definitely wouldn't be a match for this devil god. But here in the lesser myriad thunder formation, in the universe of tyrants, he had complete control. Although the devil embryo was in the 18th stage of life seizing, it was nothing compared to him. And yet Yang Qi was still able to crush it. It was similar to how he had used the power of the myriad thunder devastation ground to scare away the Imperial Highness. Chapter 2030. Ling Xiao had no other choice. He had to subdue this demon fetus. Otherwise, if this guy escaped from the lesser myriad thunderbolts formation, the entire mystic world would be doomed. This guy's growth rate was probably much more terrifying than his. Even if it wasn't strong enough now, it would become an existence more terrifying than a king of sovereigns sooner or later. Therefore, he had to stop this guy from escaping. He had to turn it into his own strength before it grew. His body gradually changed. The aura of the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen emerged from his body. The Imperial Heaven gods stood on the left, while the Earth Queen stood on the right. The two gods looked down at the demon fetus coldly and majestically. The Imperial Heaven Earth Queen that Ling Xiao had obtained was an inheritance that truly created heaven and earth. The mystic world was vast, but everyone respected the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen as their ancestor. The power of their ancestors deterred the demons. The Imperial Heaven God wielded the giant sword while the Earth Queen wielded the scepter of the earth. They would never allow this demon fetus to pose any threat to the heaven and earth they had created. Power of the Earth Queen, shield of the earth! Ling Xiao released the power of the earth and formed the shield of the earth to stop the demon fetus from escaping. Power of the Imperial Heaven, firmament fist! Then, Ling Xiao attacked. The terrifying firmament fist tore through space and appeared in the void. The green power of the Imperial Heaven was a natural counter to the demon fetus and suppressed its soaring demonic aura. As a result, the devil god formed by the devil fetus Devil Qi instantly collapsed. The demon fetus screamed. How could it be willing to become a slave to a human? The remnant memories of the demon fetus made it think of itself as a terrifying demon king from the primordial age. It wanted to kill this human and destroy him. The demonic aura gathered again. A terrifying demonic fist blasted out. It collided with the firmament fist and released a terrifying explosive force. Boom! The firmament fist was ferocious, and the power of the Imperial Heaven was terrifying. The demonic fist was shattered again. The terrifying power of the Imperial Heaven entered the demon fetus body and started to disintegrate its consciousness. The demon fetus was injured. The demonic aura in the dark sky demonic ring shook violently. An even more terrifying demonic aura rushed out and was absorbed by the demon fetus. The demon fetus started to grow limbs. It looked more and more like a demon infant. At the same time, the demon god he condensed became even more powerful. Foolish human, become my slave! A strange voice came out of the demon god's mouth, and a pair of pitch-black eyes looked at Ling Xiao. The terrifying demonic intent drilled into Ling Xiao's soul realm, attempting to take control of Ling Xiao's soul. At the same time, a huge demonic sword appeared in the demonic god's hand. The demonic sword was filled with the power of darkness, and a black vortex burst out. It was filled with a terrifying pressure and evil. The demonic god held the demonic sword and charged at Ling Xiao. He wanted to split Ling Xiao in half, shatter his soul, and turn him into the demonic fetus. In that instant, Ling Xiao actually felt his body tremble involuntarily. However, the terrifying power released by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit made him return to normal in an instant. Lord of Sky Tyrant! He was the only ruler of this world, and no one could make him submit. Royal heavenly strength, heaven-raising great sword! The terrifying great sword pierced through the void and collided with the demonic sword in the demonic god's hand. In that instant, he felt the shield of earth and the lesser myriad thunder array tremble violently. This small world was in danger of exploding. This power was truly too terrifying. The strength of the demon fetus was terrifying. It was even more terrifying than an ordinary rebirth realm warrior. If Ling Xiao had not borrowed the power of the lesser myriad thunder array, or even the entire myriad thunder immortal slaying array, he would not have been able to contend with it. This was also why Ling Xiao had to be fully prepared before refining the Black Sky demonic ring. Without these preparations, he would be dead for sure. Even if he did not die, he would become an inhumane demon. However, even with these preparations, he was still unable to contend with the demon fetus. Fortunately, he still had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit seemed to be able to restrain all powers. Ling Xiao attacked with the heaven-raising greatsword and absorbed a large amount of demonic qi from the demon fetus for his own use. The Black Sky demonic ring fell to the ground, and the demon fetus began to tremble violently. Without the connection between him and the Black Sky demonic ring, he was like a snail that had lost its shell. He became extremely weak. Even so, the demon fetus continued to fight with Ling Xiao and the lesser myriad thunder array and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. After countless collisions, Ling Xiao's power grew stronger. However, the power of the demon fetus was rapidly weakening. Perhaps feeling that it was about time, Ling Xiao released the 18 Hell Talismans and Dragon Talismans. The terrifying Blood Soul Talisman released a powerful suction force in the sky, absorbing and refining the endless demonic qi. Not only did Ling Xiao's combat strength grow stronger, but his fighting spirit also grew stronger. The demon fetus was only resisting stubbornly. His power grew weaker and weaker, but he did not seem to be willing to give up. The demonic intent also became more evil and crazy. Demon God's fury! A loud roar erupted from the mouth of the demon god. It was in the language of the demon world, but Ling Xiao could hear it clearly. He had obtained the memories of the 7 celestial demon kings. This was not fake. Naturally, he was very clear about the language of the demon realm. As the demon god roared, a huge mouth suddenly appeared in the void and bit at Ling Xiao. The demon fetus wanted to fight back. However, Ling Xiao seemed to have expected this. A cold smile appeared on his calm face. Power of Earth, Tree of World! Golden energy was released crazily, and a towering tree grew in an instant. The huge demonic mouth was blocked by this towering tree, and was unable to bite. Instead, several roots pierced into the demonic mouth, and began to crazily absorb energy. It's over, demon fetus! He sneered and instantly entered the state of the heavenly demon incarnation. Then, he opened the heavenly demon purgatory. A huge mouth appeared in the heavenly demon purgatory and swallowed the demon fetus whole. Blazing divine fire burned in the heavenly demon purgatory. The demon fetus let out a terrified roar, but it was of no use. At this moment, the power of the Black Sky demonic ring began to integrate into the heavenly demon purgatory. The heavenly demon purgatory was like a huge bottomless whirlpool, completely absorbing everything. In the heavenly demon purgatory, there was endless fear of death, demonic intent, slaughter, destruction, and madness. These auras were mixed, but they were all the same. This was the real purgatory. A large amount of ancient killing aura, demonic aura, and dark power had been integrated. It was many times stronger than before. Finally, the Black Sky demonic ring was completely exposed. There was no bloody smell, only a black, shiny ring. Ling Xiao put it on his hand. The Black Sky demonic ring could enhance the power of all his dark attribute moves. At the very least, it could be improved by a level. Novice became small success, small success became expert, and expert became great success. One could imagine the increase in power. Chapter 2031. As the Devil Black Heaven Ring was purified, the vicious devil embryo was also fully assimilated. As of this moment, Ling Xiao's Heaven Devil Purgatory wasn't just a move. It was now connected to the Devil World, and could draw upon the terrifying devil energy there for Ling Xiao to use and cultivate. This terrifying devil qi was absolutely fatal to the vast majority of martial artists. But to Ling Xiao, it was a huge source of nourishment. Ling Xiao's eyes slowly closed, and the image of the Imperial Heaven Queen vanished behind him. At the same time, he was building up power inside of him, as though he were on the verge of a breakthrough. At the same time, the purified energy released by the lesser myriad lightnings formation was released. Ling Xiao didn't have time to absorb it, so it would be a waste to just let it hang around in the air. Therefore, the 20 or so people from the Nine Heavens Palace would benefit immensely from it. Of course, in order to do so, they would have to go through a brutal trial. It would be like stepping into the border of the Devil World, where they would have to fight the savage creatures there. They would have to temper their wills and endure the crazy trial. It was no trivial trial, and although each person would benefit differently, it was different. Some would benefit more, and some would benefit less, depending on how much one's will could handle. If they could take advantage of this opportunity, then Cold Plum and Long Chun would definitely be the first to step into the life-seizing level. That way, they would be able to help Ling Xiao even more. And the stronger they were, the more authority they would have in the Heavenly Dynasty. Ling Xiao's plan would be even faster. The terrifying eruption of power lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao went from the 12th level of life-seizing to the 16th level. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that his cultivation base wouldn't be stable enough, he would have continued to advance. Forcing himself to slow down, he began to focus on strengthening his cultivation base. He continued to temper himself and strengthen himself. He wanted to absorb everything he had and convert it into his own fighting prowess. On the 4th day, Ling Xiao stepped out of the lesser myriad lightnings formation and found that everyone in the Nine Heavens Palace was still working on their cultivation. Ling Xiao couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It seemed that these people had all grasped this rare opportunity. Even Palace Master Jiao Tianming seemed to be about to make a breakthrough. He smiled and stepped out of the Empyrean Palace, heading in the direction of the skyscraping furnace. As his cultivation had soared, the skyscraper furnace was no longer that frightening. The Black Sky Demon Ring had been obtained from the skyscraper furnace. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that there would be even better things waiting for him inside. Of course, before he left a note for the others, explaining what he was going to do. He told the others not to worry and to focus on their cultivation. After Ling Xiao left Nine Heavens Palace, he headed straight for the skyscraper furnace. He had already explored this path, so he was very familiar with it. Ling Xiao was absolutely certain that the skyscraper furnace would give him a huge surprise. Most likely, the benefits he could get from the Black Sky Devil Ring would be on the same level as the Black Sky Devil Ring. In fact, if he could get it, he might actually break through the limits of the life-seizing level and step into the reincarnation level. At that time, he would no longer fear His Highness. Not only would he not fear him, but he could also drive him out of the White Tiger continent. Otherwise, if the Black Tortoise Temple stayed in the White Tiger continent, it would always be troublesome for Ling Xiao. Time was very tight because he was constantly worried that His Highness would personally go to the Heavenly Empire. If that was the case, even with the protection of the laws, His Highness could definitely destroy his foundation by himself. No matter what, the laws of the Dragon Phoenix continent were very close to the White Tiger continent, so His Highness' ability wouldn't be weakened too much. At least for now, in the Heavenly Empire, except for the Demon Wine Sword, no one could be this guy's opponent. He had to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he save his country, his family, and his friends. Although the skyscraper furnace was dangerous, it was closely related to the Black Sky Demon Ring. During this time, There was a great demon being imprisoned, so he might be able to obtain a lot of benefits. The skyscraper furnace was actually a huge furnace. Once, the human king used this furnace to refine the great demon, seriously injuring it. This caused the demon's cultivation and strength to greatly decrease. A large number of demons were directly refined into demon chi, making the skyscraper furnace the most suitable place for demons and demons to cultivate. Ling Xiao floated in the air, wearing the shadow armor and releasing the power of darkness. This allowed him to be like a demon, not being discovered by the other demons in the skyscraper furnace. Looking down from the sky, one couldn't see the bottom of the skyscraper furnace. Everywhere was filled with terrifying magma, as if it would never solidify. There were also pitch-black caves, and no one knew what was inside. From time to time, one could see some strange lights flickering. Ling Xiao observed with the Tai Chi eye, and could confirm that these lights were magic treasures. Jiu Tianming said that the demon in the skyscraper furnace has the cultivation of the rebirth realm, but it's just a guess. Because for so many years, it seems that except for His Highness of the Black Tortoise Temple, no one else has entered this place. Therefore, except for His Highness, no one knows how strong the demon is. But Ling Xiao can't possibly ask that fellow, right? So, everything depends on himself. His body began to slowly descend. It wasn't good to stay in the air, as he would easily become a target. Landing on the skyscraper furnace, Ling Xiao discovered that this place was incomparably large. Although this wasn't his first time here, he was still somewhat shocked. This place felt much larger than Black Wind Canyon and the Myriad Demons Graveyard. Ling Xiao could even clearly sense many terrifying auras being released from within. There must be a demonic creature cultivating inside, just like the monsters he encountered in Black Wind Canyon. After more than 100,000 years, this skyscraper furnace had probably given birth to new demons. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to alarm these guys. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but that he didn't want to trouble himself. He hadn't forgotten why he had come here. He wasn't here to slay demons, but to find the sealed demon. There seemed to be an incredible treasure in the hands of the sealed demon. It was actually very easy for him to avoid other demons. The shadow armor, the shadow steps, and the aura he released was almost identical to that of the skyscraper furnace. Even if he walked past a demon, it wouldn't be able to sense him. After walking for about 10 minutes, the area in front of him suddenly widened. However, this time, it was a huge lava lake. This was a lake formed of lava, not a lake formed by volcanoes. The boiling lava bubbled, and a powerful and terrifying aura came from within. Are these demons going to gather here today? Ling Xiao was perplexed and hid his body even more discreetly. There were too many demons here, and they were all very powerful. If he wasn't careful, he would be discovered. Chapter 2032. Ha! Have you heard? During the White Tiger meet, the Black Tortoise Divine Palace lost many talents to the forces from the western region of the Black Tortoise continent. Suddenly, a demon with a horn on its head and a gust of wind with a sway of its body laughed out loud. Hee, that's right. The Black Tortoise Divine Palace's ruling position in the White Tiger continent will soon collapse. Now that the Black Tortoise Divine Palace has the Nine Heavens Palace as an opponent, it will be easier for us to eliminate them. But I didn't expect that Ling Xiao would win first place in the White Tiger meet. Another demon sneered. So what if he got first place? That brat will die sooner or later. However, that 100 Insects Demon King is really a piece of trash. I originally wanted to rely on him to eliminate Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that he would lose his life in the end? Lower your voice, are you courting death? That 100 Insects Demon King is young Master Senlo's brother. Don't let him hear you or we will all die. After a moment of silence, he said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Young Master Senlo said that he would kill the Black Tortoise Divine Palace's highness here. We have to be prepared. That highness is not to be trifled with. Ling Xiao didn't know who young Master Senlo was and was puzzled. But when he heard that young Master Salua wanted to kill the Black Tortoise Divine Palace's Highness here, he was even more surprised. He listened even more carefully, not willing to miss any details. Yes, that Highness is not to be trifled with. But young Master Salua has already prepared a big gift for that brat. Don't forget that this is the skyscraper furnace. Young Master Salua has set up the Salua Heaven skyscraper formation. With the terrifying evil chi of the skyscraper furnace as the foundation, there's no need to fear that Highness can't be killed. Salua Heaven skyscraper formation? Interesting. I heard from my master that this is a very powerful killing formation that requires the sacrifice of demonic creatures to activate. It seems that this group of stupid demons doesn't know much about this formation. Do they think that young Master Salua has good intentions? A group of idiots is about to be sacrificed. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to continue listening. Although he didn't know who young Master Salua was, he was definitely someone who was not much weaker than the Highness. Dog biting dog, a mouthful of fur. He hoped that Mr. Salua and His Highness would fight to the death. Then, he would be able to reap the benefits. After thinking about it, he no longer cared about the matters here. He turned into a pitch-black shadow and fell into the boiling lava. It kept sinking. The boiling magma didn't cause him any harm. Instead, the deeper he went, the more terrifying the energy kept rising, which made him feel a little pressured. This energy was extremely ferocious. It was even more terrifying than the dark sky demon ring. This caused the boiling lava to pounce on him as if it had turned into a devil. Ling Xiao's shadow armor creaked under the heat of the magma, as if it was about to melt. Ling Xiao felt as if his entire body was about to be swallowed by the lava. Heavenly demon incarnation, heavenly demon purgatory. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao snorted coldly and transformed into a heavenly demon. He released the heavenly demon purgatory and swallowed the demonic will. Without the support of the demonic will, the lava was like a small spark that had fallen into the ocean. It had no effect whatsoever. As the terrifying demonic will merged with the heavenly demon purgatory, Ling Xiao felt his cultivation base growing stronger. Of course, the further one went into the life-seizing level, the harder it was to advance. That was especially true of the last 2 levels, which were 10 times more difficult than the previous 16 levels combined. Despite the constant influx of energy, Ling Xiao felt as if it were a small stream flowing into a desert. It didn't have much of an effect. However, even a drop of water could wear through stone. Ling Xiao didn't give up just because he couldn't see any hope of a breakthrough. No matter how small the stream was, it was still useful. It was just that he couldn't feel it. But as long as he kept pouring in, there was still a chance of a breakthrough. Boom! About half an hour later, Ling Xiao hit the ground. At that moment, the scene in front of him really gave him a fright. Less than 10 meters in front of him was a pool of crimson lava. In the huge magma pool, there was actually a huge monster bound by countless chains. As Ling Xiao stood there, he realized that he wasn't even as big as one of the monster's fingers. The monster had an enormous head, which made it look like a wild animal, but also like a vicious beast. In any case, it was extremely vicious. Beneath the head, it looked more like a human, except that it was covered with black scales that looked like dragon scales. It was a very strange sight. As Ling Xiao looked at the monster, it looked back at him. As it looked down at him, its eyes flickered with a strange red light. All of a sudden, a voice spoke into Ling Xiao's mind. It was a voice of authority and coldness. "Who are you, boy? How did you get past the demonic will lava and into the depths of the skyscraper furnace?" Ling Xiao looked over at the monster. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the monster who had spoken to him via soul power. "Are you the monster trapped here?" Ling Xiao didn't answer the other party's question. "How dare you! You haven't answered my question!" The monster seemed to be angry that it was being ignored by a puny human. This made it very angry. "You're trapped like this, and you still want to scare me. Do you really think you can do anything with your current strength?" Ling Xiao had already observed that the monster had the terrifying strength of a rebirth state cultivator. It might even be stronger than Xian Ming and Jiutian Dream. However, the chains on its body weren't ordinary chains. They were seals and shackles. After more than 100,000 years, they didn't show any signs of weakening. The mysterious Queen of the Nine Heavens was indeed worthy of her reputation. Hee, good boy, you're really bold. Yes, I can't hurt you, but you can save me. I'll impart my demonic chi to you, as well as the most powerful martial arts of our demon race. Seeing that it didn't scare Ling Xiao, the monster knew that he wasn't someone who would be easily scared. It began to tempt him. I say, don't waste your energy. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Give me some benefits, and I might be able to let you live a more comfortable life. Ling Xiao looked at the demonic creature in front of him. He was originally worried that he would encounter a terrifying battle, but now it seemed that the situation was much better than he had expected. The monster didn't say anything. It seemed to be thinking about how to trick Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao continued, To tell you the truth, I've already set up the limitless skyscraping formation outside. This killing formation can sacrifice all monsters within the range of the formation. Of course, that includes you. I know you're very strong, but you're still sealed. Once the limitless skyscraping formation is activated, you won't have any chance. You'll be devoured by the killing formation bit by bit. In the end, you'll die like those of your kind who died in battle during the ancient times. Chapter 2033. Humph, they won't succeed. The demonic creature snorted and said, Do you see the giant cauldron above my head? That's the core of the entire skyscraper furnace. It has a very famous name, the Human King Cauldron. There's no need to explain, you should know that it's a giant cauldron created by the greatest emperor in the history of your human race and his subordinates. It can smelt all living things. Its power is extremely terrifying. This Human King Cauldron is now in the hands of the Black Tortoise Temple's Highness. If those stupid demons inject their power, it will all be absorbed by this cauldron and transformed into the cultivation power of that Highness. It will help him to advance to the human immortal realm. Of course, I can also tell you that I lied to him. It's true that I helped him advance his cultivation, but once he advances to the human immortal realm, he will become my body and I will use his body to escape from here. Why are you telling me this? Ling Xiao asked. I know you want to deal with that Highness. I can help you. Anyway, he can't escape death. The demonic creature said. Do you think everyone is an idiot? Although I'm enemies with that Highness, I also know that if you're scheming against him, he must be scheming against you too. Once he breaks through to the human immortal realm, can you still live then? Ling Xiao sneered. You're really smart. Then let's take a gamble. Let's see if he kills me or I replace him. The demonic creature smiled as if he had a card up his sleeve. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the Human King Cauldron with excitement in his eyes. His Highness wanted to use this Human King Cauldron to cultivate to the human immortal realm. The demon in front of him wanted to use this Human King Cauldron to escape from the cage. The weight of this Human King Cauldron was really not low. But since I've encountered this, you guys can stop dreaming. This Human King Cauldron belongs to me, Ling Xiao. And you, demon, will also become my power. With your powerful power, I think my heavenly demon incarnation should be able to completely condense into a physical body. At that time, my combat strength will definitely soar. This Human King Cauldron looked very big, but Dharma treasures were all like that. Hovering in midair, it suppressed the demons below and released the noble and ancient aura of an emperor. There were various patterns drawn on it, but they were all related to emperors. The first painting was of the emperor going to court, the second painting was of the emperor going on an inspection tour, the third painting was of the emperor subduing demons, the fourth painting was of the emperor getting rid of rebels, and the fifth painting was of the emperor going on a campaign. The monarchs in each painting should be former sovereign personages. They seemed to possess a powerful might that could suppress everything. Ling Xiao did not even need to touch it to know that this was the true human king cauldron, and it was extremely powerful. Even the essence energy thumb ring and the black sky demonic ring added together could not compare to this human king cauldron. This was a primeval treasure jointly forged by the human king and his human immortal subordinates. Exactly what grade of magic treasure was it? Even Ling Xiao was unable to see through it. While Ling Xiao was carefully observing the human king cauldron, the demon revealed a sneer as though his scheme had succeeded. Rumble! At this time, the entire skyscraper furnace seemed to tremble. Heaven and earth were shaking. Ling Xiao frowned and looked up. His Tai Chi eye saw through the layers of barriers and saw the activation of a terrifying killing array. The limitless skyscraper array has been activated! The demon also looked up and seemed to be a little excited. Lin Fan did not know what he was thinking, but he was sure that, like Ling Xiao, he was trying to use the activation of the limitless skyscraper array to do something. Something very special. Ling Xiao's idea was very simple. Get the human king cauldron. He did not care about the result of the battle between Child Saluo and His Highness. As long as he could get the human king cauldron, he could destroy the demon and His Highness's plan. For him, this was simply killing many birds with one stone. Of course, it would be best if Child Saluo and His Highness could fight until both sides were injured. In that case, he might be able to find an opportunity to kill His Highness. If His Highness was killed, Black Tortoise Temple would lose a top genius, and it would be easier to deal with them in the future. Boy, although I don't know what you are waiting for, you have no chance! Suddenly, the demon sneered and released a terrifying demonic aura. It wrapped Ling Xiao up and threw him into the human king cauldron. Ha ha ha, boy, stay in the human king cauldron obediently. The limitless skyscraper array will completely refine you. I will inject a trace of demonic aura into your body. When His Highness absorbs this energy, he will be controlled by my demonic aura. The demon seemed very proud. Ling Xiao tried to move but found that it was useless. His body seemed to be bound in the human king cauldron and could not break free. Outside, His Highness had arrived at the skyscraper furnace and Child Saluo appeared almost at the same time. Child Saluo was dressed in black and had a black snake symbol on his body. Ling Xiao could see it clearly through his Tai Chi eye. He had enough reason to judge that this guy should be from the Black Snake Demon sect. Perhaps he was a genius from the Black Snake Demon sect. He was younger than His Highness and looked to be in his 20s. The people from the Black Tortoise continent were really strong. He was only in his 20s, yet he was already a rebirth realm expert. Even Ling Xiao was jealous of him. He wanted to see the battle between His Highness and Child Saluo, but the most important thing now was to escape. Clang! Ling Xiao tried to punch the human king cauldron, but his fist did not move the cauldron at all. He was not disappointed because the result was predictable. After all, this was a giant cauldron made by the human king. If it could even break him, it would be meaningless. It seems that I can only make a fuss about the limitless skyscraper array. Ling Xiao looked at the battlefield outside again. His advantage was that he was good at arrays. He could pry into the mystery of the limitless skyscraper array, and then use the power of the myriad lightning immortal slaying array to save him. For this, he had to make a very perfect plan. Fortunately, there was still time. The demon thought that he was going to die, so he did not pay attention to him. His Highness and Child Saluo were obviously in the middle of the battle and did not have time to pay attention to him. He had two trump cards. One was his familiarity with arrays, and the other was his martial soul of Tyrant. As long as he used them well, not only could he save himself, but he could also turn the situation around and change the situation. He sat there cross-legged and began to release his soul power and internal force. The two forces gathered together and began to bombard each other. He hoped to use the flaws of the human king cauldron to inject his soul power and internal force into it. In this way, he might be able to control the human king cauldron. However, after repeated attempts for half an hour, he could not make any progress. That's right. I still have two forces of the human king's power in my body. Although I used the Human King's power to activate the power of the Myriad Lightning Extreme Sight, it was not consumed. Since this Human King cauldron was made by the Human King, it should be easier for me to use the Human King's power to pave the way, right? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.